Now these two batsmen, they need to build up, steady the ship, build up a good partnership. They should bat till the 30th over together.
It's a single. It's been a good turnaround since the drinks break. We saw Monty Desai out with the batters getting a message out. Robin Singh also was barking orders, wasn't he? That Mohammed Waseem right from the rope. This game, it is must win for both sides in what is a grand climax, the 21st and final triangular series for this ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. Down the leg side, maybe a flick of the pad. That's what Buddy Pradhan indicates, and I think Powell is getting a bit frustrated with some of the appeals. That one clearly not near the bat to smile, at least this time from Lakra.
Yeah, the UAE bowlers and the keeper there, and it was definitely off the thigh pad, the lower part of the thigh pad, and trying to build pressure on Rohit Podel.
And certainly it's growing now in stature and in confidence, this fourth wicket partnership. There'll be plenty of times for a post-mortem about the batting order and the team selection. All of that right now is irrelevant. You have to play the game and not the occasion, the situation you're in. You're 3 down inside 19 overs. In fact, you were 3 down inside 10, weren't you? Nepal, fight back, get a total on the board, and then believe your fine bowling attack, particularly the red-hot form of Sandeep Lamachani, can maybe defend whatever you get on the board.
Yes, that is what these two batsmen should do. Just keep on batting, build up a partnership, play with soft hands. There are plenty of singles around. That was swept, a river, a slog sweep down to the boundary line for 4 runs. Nicely done by Bhim Sharkey. And look at the crowd behind there, behind Buddhi Bahadur Pradhan, the umpire, and look at the grass banks filling in.
Nepal, Nepal are the roars from the crowd. This is a good sweep shot, gets it strongly and aggressively in front of square. Sharkey starting to grow in his nascent time as an international cricketer. He's highly impressive in domestic cricket, wasn't he? That's what forced his way back in, and that player of the match innings in Dubai, showing that he belongs at this level Bit of a partnership brewing finally for Nepal. It's 57 for 3 after 19.
Nepal will be on top because they have a very good bowling lineup. Oh, nicely done. Neat touch by Rohit Paudel. Down to third man boundary for 4 runs.
Well, this is going to be a fascinating contest, isn't it? Paudel and Mustafa exchange more than a few words, mainly sparked by Mustafa, in fact completely sparked by Mustafa. So Rohit Paudel is going to grit his teeth and say, I am going to take Mustafa down. Starts with a lovely touch. He knows Mustafa will always be flat through the air, just guides it away as Asif can only chase in vain. Asif Khan, the opening batter. Just a bit of a growing belief all of a sudden. I said it was a very nervy field to the day before we had a ball bowled. Proved to be the case. Paudel starting to lead the way for his team as Mustafa brings a slip in. Overpitched, driven, and a diving stop is going to save 4 runs. Aryan Lakra, he's a fine young cricketer. Instead of it being back-to-back boundaries, it's a dot ball.
Yeah, diving to his left, Aryan Lakra, his bowling arm does it nicely. Saves 4 runs for his team. This is a very good contest. Back live. Nicely cut away for a single by Rohit Paudel. It was on the stumps, but the ball turned a bit. But nicely done. Played it late to the gap on the offside.
Looks very agitated today, doesn't he, Rohan Mustafa? He's always an emotional guy. He's a great cricketer to watch. Wholehearted in his efforts with bat, ball and in the field. But he just looks anxious and tense, and he looks on edge. It's the only way to describe him, and the runs are starting to come. I think Paudel wanted the second. May well have got it. Wasim not the quickest in the field. Look at him, so animated right now, Rohan Mustafa.
Yes, he's always in the game, always thinking every ball he wants. He's moved, fielders moved away. He's checking the fielders if they are in the right position or not. Very animated cricketer, Rohan Mustafa.
No single this time because CP Rizwan is on as a sub-fielder. I think it's Junaid Sadiq that's gone off. Rizwan dropped for today and has to be asked to do the sub-fielding. Going to be a really good contest between Paudel and Mustafa. 6 runs come from that over. 20 overs have been bowled. It's still advantage to UAE. 63 for 3.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Lifebuoy hand wash ले मार्छ 99.9% ब्याक्टेरिया र भाइरसेस यसले भाइरससँग लड्छ र तपाईलाई सुरक्षा दिन्छ वर्ल्ड्स नम्बर 1 सेलिङ जर्म प्रोटेक्सन सोप ब्रान्ड यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडी यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला यति कार्पेटको शहंशाह
And there are the 5 bowlers used so far, as we're going to see a really interesting change to the bowling, not one I expected.
Lifebuoy hand wash ले मार्छ
Is going to be used today. Zara Farid is going to come into the attack with his medium pace. Maybe he'll bowl a few cutters and mix things up. And he was pretty expensive in the opening game of the tour. was against Papua New Guinea, where I think he bowled 5 overs, didn't he? 4 overs, none for 43. And Sharkey is going to try and cash in over pitch to start with, straight out to the cover sweeper. He's actually more of a deep backward point. Farid would be the man to target in this attack from UAE.
Yes, he's very low in confidence. He was hammered everywhere out of the park by the PNG batters. The last game he played against PNG the day before. 4 overs, none for 43, his figures. The last game he played. So I think these two batsmen is gonna target Farid.
It's a trademark Powdell stroke, isn't he? Just opening the face, running it down to third man. You'd expect this game to be edgy and tense and nervous, but there's also a lot of bite between the two teams. A reminder on the state of play: Nepal need to win one of their final 3 games to be guaranteed retention of their ODI status and into the same cycle for the next 4 years. That would mean they cannot finish any worse than 4th place in the league. If they win all 3 games, they'll take the 3rd and final qualification spot for the Men's Cricket World Cup qualifier held in Zimbabwe in June against all of those test nations who are coming down from the Super League and the best of the associates. But for UAE and Rohan Mustafa and all of his colleagues, they have to win all 3. It's that simple. Win all 3 and they finish in the top 5 and guarantee retaining their ODI status. Otherwise they head to the playoff in Namibia with real concern.
This shows that the cricket lovers out in the field, out in the grass banks, look at the crowd in numbers supporting their home team. Nicely bowled and nicely played with the straight bat down to long on for a single. This partnership is slowly and steadily building up. It can be threatening if they bat together for another 10 overs. That is what I think these two batsmen are thinking of, taking 4 to 5 singles and over. They'll get a boundary ball as well in 1 or 2 overs. 4 runs of this over so far. After 21, Nepal 67 for 3.
लाइफबॉय ह्यान्ड वाशले मार्छ 99.9% ब्याक्टेरिया र भाइरसेस। यसले भाइरससँग लड्छ र तपाईलाई सुरक्षा दिन्छ। वर्ल्ड्स नम्बर 1 सेलिङ जर्म प्रोटेक्सन सोप ब्रान्ड। यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला। यति कार्पेट, कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual-channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
7 sides will play 36 one-day internationals, and it goes right down to the wire, both the 3rd and final qualification spot and indeed who's going to finish in the top 5. Only Oman and Scotland in 2nd and 1st place and Papua New Guinea in 7th know where they're finishing. The other 4, it could well go down to the very final game on Thursday. And if Nepal can somehow win the next 2, that would be a shot to get to Zimbabwe. And I've heard some rumours, I'm not sure they're true. Don't know whether to believe some of the things you read on social media, but some people are saying if they do win the next 2, Thursday could be a public holiday.
Well, I think that's just a rumour, but you never know. The Nepal government might give it a public holiday. Meanwhile, Rohan Mustafa, it was on the stumps, but nicely played by Rohit Bordell, cutting that ball towards backward point for a single.
We've seen the National Sports Council member secretary here. We saw the Prime Minister receive the national side as heroes and fate them with rewards, and that is how important cricket is here in this beautiful country. It means the world to everyone. It gives people joy. So reverse sweep comes out, gets it well. Good stroke from Bim Sharkey, played with quick hands, and all of a sudden, for the first time, the UAE bench just looking a bit perplexed. Sharkey is looking more fluent than Powell. This partnership starts to grow.
Yes, because of that knock, 70 runs in UAE, winning the man of the match, and again the knock played by him here in the first game against PNG. He's very confident, Bhim Sharkey. He's that kind of a batsman who rotates the strike, plays like a second fiddle, and nicely swept away again. Fine, back-to-back boundaries for Bhim Sharkey. The momentum shifting towards Nepal's way.
And Mustafa's emotions have not helped him. He got too highly strung, I think, too emotional. And Sharkey's taking advantage of that. It's just his 7th ODI, the 21-year-old. I think they've unearthed a little gem here again. Finally, there's a growing confidence around the ground. Sharkey's the one who's bringing the fans alive. Mustafa under pressure. Tries to repeat a big shot down the ground. Surely not. Oh, he's given it away. Karthik Mayappan says, I can't hear you now. I'm not sure that's the wisest thing to do. And after back-to-back boundaries, Mustafa goes a bit slower through the air and he gets his man. UAE strike back. Rousing, taunting the crowd almost, the youngster.
Yes, that was a very poor shot by Sharkey. He hit 2 consecutive boundaries before that. It was needless to play that shot. Played in the end. Look at the fielder there. He just took a catch and towards the spectators and just holding his ears to them. A nice gesture by the fielder there. Karthik Mayappan. Needless shot by Bhim Sharkey. He has done the hard work in the initial stages. Came in to when Nepal was in a very deep trouble. Shifted the momentum towards Nepal, but at the end gave it away. And look at Mayappan. And look at him raising his hands.
मेरो ग्लो हो मेरो पावर यसैले म गर्छु मेरो ग्लो को पावर अप हरेक दिन नयाँ लक्स को साथ जैस्मिन को सुगन्ध र बदाम को तेल युक्त चम्किलो त्वचाको लागि लक्स
अति रित्तिने छ बैंकको धन सकिने छ
केही फरक पर्दैन मैले सिटिजन लाइफको क्रिटिकल केयर प्लस लिएको छु जसले रोग लागेको थाहा हुने बित्तिकै 50 लाखसम्मको औषधि उपचार खर्च दिन्छ
यो उपचार खर्च अब सिटिजन लाइफले गर्छ यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला यति कार्पेटको शहंशाह
Pick any holiday destination and we'll have an exciting trip organized for you. Choose from a plethora of exotic destinations to fulfill your cravings for rejuvenation and exploration.
Whipsy Holidays, crafting memorable vacations.
Arif Sheikh has exactly 500 runs in this ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2 with a strike rate of 61.35.
And within those 500 runs, there's been a couple of really critical innings. He's the kind of guy you probably do want in this situation. He'll rebuild. He's not going to score quickly. Powell needs to catch his strike rate up if he can. He's still striking at less than a run a ball. Sharkey will be furious with himself, having given it away to Mustafa. He just got on top of him with back-to-back boundaries. As Fareed continues. Both sides maybe getting caught a little bit by the occasion. A very emotional match so far. We're only an hour and a half into it.
Yes, back-to-back boundaries for Bhim Sharkey. He didn't have to go aerial on the last ball off the last over, but he did. Perishes to Mustafa. Nicely cut away down to third man, just a single. He played it late, Rohit Podel. This is what you should do for a mediocre bowler. Military pace. Arif Sheikh is a experienced batsman. Like you said, Lenny, he has played some critical innings in this League 2. The 43 not out against UAE in the last game was one of the critical innings that he played.
cut, but straight to the man. He's very tight in there, Rohan Mustafa, backward point. You just feel that final delivery of the Mustafa over is a huge one for a couple of reasons. Just hit 2 boundaries. Mustafa looked to be feeling all the pressure, but he used his experience to toss it up and try and tease Sharkey into an errant shot, which is exactly what he did. He took the bait. Even if that was a dot ball, the momentum for the first time in the entirety of today's clash would have been with Nepal, as the fourth wicket partnership was building. Leg side wide here. Instead, they have the breakthrough, new man to the crease, and it's definitely still advantage to UAE now.
Yes, it is. That was a needless shot by Bhim Sharkey, wide given by Farid. And you can look at Mustafa where he's fielding at backward point. He's in 15 yards from the stumps, not in the 30-yard circle. That is how he attacks the ball, not giving easy singles. Nicely bowled again, right on the length. He's doing a good job, Farid. The last game he played, he was hit all out of the park by the PNG batters. 4 overs for 43 runs. Very expensive. Now he's doing a good job for his team. 1.4 overs, only 6 runs given by him so far.
Yeah, and with the new man to the crease, it'll give Mohammad Wasim just an opportunity to burgle a couple of cheap overs with Farid. They're not necessarily going to hunt for wickets now. They just want Farid to come in and hit back of a length and force Sheikh or Powdell to do something silly. I have to say, ever since winning the toss and choosing a bat first, almost everything's gone wrong. The one good thing, Rohit Powdell is still there. And how they will need his runs throughout the course of the remaining 27 overs. Nepal 78 for 4.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Lifebuoy ह्यान्ड वासले मार्छ 99.9% ब्याक्टेरिया र भाइरसेस। यसले भाइरससँग लड्छ र तपाईलाई सुरक्षा दिन्छ। वर्ल्ड्स नम्बर 1 सेलिङ जर्म प्रोटेक्सन सोप ब्रान्ड। यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला। यति कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
Very important wicket of Bhim Sharkey, was going good after rebuilding.
Single to Powdell gets him to 30. I think some of the chants from the crowd, if one of my reporters is correct, were 97 PNG. 97 PNG. Fans reminding the United Arab Emirates they were bowled out for just 97 a few games ago on their home turf in a game where Papua New Guinea chased comfortably with over 20 overs to spare. There's been big batting issues for UAE, but their bowling is looking as good as ever and certainly keeping them alive, not just in the contest but also potentially their ODI status in one piece.
Nicely punched off the back foot by Arif Sheikh for a single. Now again, these two batsmen, they have to rebuild, steady the ship.
Interesting field, isn't it, that Mustafa has. It's not a cover sweeper, it's a deep backward point. One of the 4 fielders on the offside alongside a slip, a close cover, and then a mid-off. For Arif Sheikh it changes slightly, a third man comes into place. Well, in fact, now just goes back. So it's the same field, 4 on the offside and 5 on the leg. It'll tend to indicate that Mustafa continues to be highly animated, highly strung, if you will. He's going to bowl very stump to stump. But it means that all day, Sheikh and Powdell can just guide the ball anywhere between the man who's close in at cover and the slip fielder. There's a gap of about 40 yards to target to just pick up ones. And it's leaving the subfielder, CP Rizwan, a lot of work to do. Junaid Sadiq continues to be off the pitch at the moment.
The slip comes off immediately after the ball went in that area, goes to the short third region. I think that is a good move by Mustafa. The run were leaking there. 5 singles of 5 balls in this third over of Mustafa.
Just don't think the field is right for Mustafa. He's got a ball with 5 on the offside, which he's now going to do. So he's plugged that gap. The slips come out. Interestingly for Sheikh as well as Powdell. And it's now a backward point in to cut off that single, but Mustafa drags down the leg side and Sheikh misses out. Poor over, but it only goes for 5. 83 for 4.
Cutting edge technology जसले दिन्छ perfect bathroom experience in every way. Bath Sense by Asian Paints, engineered to delight.
Ayn Khan comes back into the attack. Nicely driven down the ground by Arif Sheikh for a single.
It's an amazing journey this team has been on under the new head coach Monty Desai, coming into their final 12 matches, albeit that 8 of them were going to be on home soil. It was pretty certain that they would need to win 9 of the 12 to preserve ODI status.
The wide.
Well, it actually wasn't the flap of the pad, was it, on that replay? Missed that the first time. So if there was a noise, maybe it was bat. That's why Cam was appealing. Buddy Pradhan gives it not out, doesn't give it a wide either. Interesting moment that. Might get another look at some point, maybe at the end of this over at that.
Yes, that was nicely punched off the back foot down to long on for a single. Arif Sheikh. That is what these two batsmen should do now. Up in the air, but safely landed at long off for a single. That ball stopped a bit on Rohit Powdell.
Maybe just a few indications. This pitch isn't quite as good for batting as it looks. Just stopping in the wicket a touch again. We had that heavy downpour yesterday, remember? Real thunderstorm. This has worked away for the single. That's why I felt it was definitely the call to bowl first this morning, as the pitch is only going to get better and better throughout the day. But Nepal have decided to buck the trend of the last 2 home series and decide to bat first for the first time. 5 singles from that over. The run's starting to flow now, at least consistently, if not emphatically, for Nepal. 25 overs have been bowled halfway through the first innings. It's 88 for 4.
World's Link.
It was on Valentine's Day, of course, wasn't it? Karen KC starring with a 5-wicket haul. A couple of days later, beating Scotland with maybe a chase that was even better. Dipender Singh Airi, 85 not out, with 3 overs to spare, chasing it by 3 wickets. And the next day, almost a carbon copy, chasing 275 against Namibia, before all the emotions of that Scotland chase to throw at Powdell's 95 not out in a game that nobody will ever forget. That made it 4 from 4 on home soil as Powdell gets a single. Then across to Dubai. And an incredible performance in the first game from Gulshan Jah in particular, and the player of the match, Kushal Bertel, got Nepal past Papua New Guinea, but not altogether comfortably. Then the first defeat in the cycle, a 68-run loss to UAE as Sheikh plays and misses. The 7th game was a big one, a critical one, where Nepal chased Papua New Guinea's 179, but only just. Asif Sheikh, 86 not out. Needed the best of Sandeep Lamachani with the bat. Then a win over the UAE, defending 229 before the win against Papua New Guinea. It's been a journey to be on. They've changed the template today, Paresh. As this is edged away, going to be 4. Will it work is the question.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. 5 runs again conceded by Ron Mustafa in this 26th over. Nepal 93 for 4.
Sorry for going on so long. Just got some points down. Yeah, fortune for Arif Sheikh. Can't understand why he wouldn't have a slip in to the new man. We'll take a quick look at the points table again if we can. We're not going to get time actually. Even those 4 chases on home soil, they tended to be matches that ebbed and flowed, and it looks to me, whatever happens today, we're in for more drama.
Yes, we've always said that whenever Nepal is playing, there's always drama. Even today, winning the toss, electing to bat first. 3 wickets gone down inside the first power play, that is 10 overs. A good partnership between Bhim Sharkey and Rohit Podel. Nicely driven on the offside. Looking for 2. They'll easily get there. They might be looking for 3 as well. But Rohit Podel sent Arif Sheikh back.
Might have been a 3rd there actually because of the fumble in the deep, and Sheikh certainly wanted it, Powdell didn't. I think Powdell's just saying, let's not take any risk. I want 6 wickets in hand all the way to the last power play. I think that's the approach right now. Sheikh and Powdell get Nepal to the 40 over mark, even if they're only going at, let's say, 5 and over to that point. That will add another 60 or 70 runs, maybe a bit more than that. 160 for 4 with 10 to go would actually be a good platform given what's happened. And then 240, 250 very much beyond the cards. No Karen KC though today. Maybe that will be a bit of a blow, as much with the bat as with the ball, because he's so handy down the order.
Yeah, that was punched back off the back foot. Iron couldn't stop that. Easy single taken by these 2 batsmen. Yes, I think that is what Rohit Podel is eyeing. 40 overs, around 150 to 160 for the loss of 4 wickets, and get a platform to accelerate in the last 10 overs. Nicely bowled by Iron. 4 runs of 4 balls so far in this over. And for the last 3 or 4 overs, they are getting 5 to 6 runs per over easily without taking any risk.
And it's kind of trademark Powdell and Arif Sheikh as well. They're not necessarily going to go for big hits, although Powdell can. They just work the ball around. I think this partnership, even though it's still very early, has been a good one for the 5th wicket. They're happy to even chew up the occasional dot ball. 27 overs bowled, 97 for 4.
केही फरक पर्दैन। मैले सिटिजन लाइफको क्रिटिकल केयर प्लस लिएको छु, जसले रोग लागेको थाहा हुने बित्तिकै 50 लाखसम्मको औषधि उपचार खर्च दिन्छ।
उपचार खर्च अब सिटिजन लाइफले गर्छ।
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
People are thronging to this ground. There's only one place to be in Kathmandu today, and that's here at the TU International Cricket Ground, as we see Karthik Mayappan, who maybe is the second pantomime villain after his little bit of interaction with the crowd down there. He's going to come in and bowl his leg breaks. He tends to be a wicket taker, but also tends to occasionally be costly.
And does bowls it a flipper just after pitching, just goes on straight. I'd bet he's gonna bowl the googly the second ball.
Good powerful sweep shot, and his protection out there, and through the legs it goes! The biggest cheer of the day as the 100 comes up thanks to Zara Farid. You have to love a misfield if you're a home fan. Very lax and through the legs for 4.
Yeah, very ordinary effort by Zohar Farid. He just goes in between his legs. Oh, he just overran the ball. Very ordinary effort by him. When your team is on top, you should put 100% on the field as well. The bowlers have done a pretty good job for UAE. That was an attempted googly, but didn't go in after pitching. Just went on straight. Arif Sheikh having another look at his bowling.
I had a chat to Karthik Mayappan after the last game. He said he's had to rebuild his action a little bit after some injury problems post the World Cup, and he's still finding his rhythm. That's why he's been a bit more comfortable with the googly. Bowled a lot of them. That was the leg break, worked into the offside, can't find the gap.
Yes, that was nicely bowled and watchfully played by Arif Sheikh. Straight to the cover point fielder. 4 runs already off this over of 4 balls. A boundary, courtesy of misfield by Zohar Farid.
That's the leg break, given as a wide, very tight to that wide line. As a wrist spinner myself, I feel for Mayappan there, because I don't think there was anything wrong with that ball, and it's brought about a play and miss. Pitched well inside it, maybe, just maybe.
Yeah, it turned very sharply. It was pitched very outside off stump. Without taking any risks, 5 runs already off this over. That was yet another wide one. The umpire almost gave it a wide, but stopped his hand. Odd runs without losing any further wicket in 40 overs. I think that will be a very good platform to accelerate in the last 10 overs.
Left alone. Good start from Mayappan. Would have been better without the misfield. 5 runs come from that over. 28 bowled. 102.
XH Simplifying Technology. यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनुहोला. यति कार्पेट, कार्पेटको शहंशाह.
Pick any holiday destination and we'll have an exciting trip organized for you. Choose from a plethora of exotic destinations to fulfill your cravings for rejuvenation and exploration.
Whipsy Holidays, crafting memorable vacations.
Zahoor Khan being introduced back in the attack from the pavilion end. He's bowled 3 overs for 8 runs. Good economy rate for him.
Yeah, with the seamer coming on to bowl, might be a good time to get to some of your questions and comments. We're not going to get to them all. We'll apologise in advance because they will flood in their thousands. Use that hashtag CWCL2. As Powell guides, steers this away. Another misfield, and look at the jumps for joy up on the grass banks. Oh, this home crowd, they're getting on top of the UAE right now as Powell gets a boundary from Khan's first ball of his return.
I think because of the crowd, the fielder got nervous while fielding there. Yet another misfield, nicely guided down to third man, wide third man. And look at the field here. It went under his legs. Again, rather ordinary effort by the fielder there. And look at the crowd in numbers there. That is the part where a lot of the crowd stays there. A very active crowd.
That's a place to be, isn't it? If you're an absolute tragic part of the Nepali Cricket Supporters Society, the view you get from there as well, you feel like you're right next to all the fielders. You're right on top. Private message or a direct message, we'll try to get through them while the fast bowlers are bowling at Cricket BADGE. Me, Andrew Leonard, I've got Paresh Lahani alongside me. Any questions for him? Just tell us where you're watching from as well. We know there are literally fans all over the world enjoying the action in Japan, in Australia, in South Africa, in the United States, and you're all welcome along to the coverage. Powell, you talk about his maturity, his brilliance as a captain, a leader, a young cricketer. He'll have felt the pressure out there in a big way. The job isn't done yet, but what a recovery.
Yes, like I always say, he's a very good leader, a proactive captain as well. Bats with a calm mind. He's very composed while batting. Even in the present situation, he's batted so well. 41 of 77. His strike rate is improving. He saw off the new ball as well. Tried to cut that away. There was a field by Zohar Khan outside the off stump. A dot ball resulting there. The bat was nowhere close to the ball. I don't know why. The keeper was not interested. I don't know why Zohar Khan was. Anyway, everything happening here. The crowd is roaring, backing the team, the home team, Nepal. And it's good to be here in the commentary box to see all the views around.
It really is, and I want to give great credit to the crowd because of the way they've actually changed this game. They've changed it. They've got on top of UAE's fielders. The atmosphere is already reaching fever pitch. Every run now and every double like this one is being cheered to the rafters, and a kick of the turf in frustration from Khan. And all of a sudden UAE, who were so brilliant and immaculate for the first hour, have completely lost their way.
Yes, they have, and nicely played by Rohit Paudel with soft hands in the vacant area at mid-wicket. Easily taken 2 runs inside the 30-yard circle. That is very good running. And look at Zohar Khan. He's very frustrated. Look at that. Kicking the turf. And I think Mohammad Wasim just calming him down. Look at him, talking to him.
The crowd are the 12th player for Nepal. We don't just say that, you can feel it. They're almost on the pitch here. They are completely on top of UAE, and UAE are losing their way because of it. Responsible for plenty of runs, those 2 misfields in particular. They're bringing their country back alive. Guided down to third man. Every run being cheered massively now. And of all the times I've been here, this could be the best atmosphere yet. I thought that Scotland game, when Powell dragged his side over the line, was going to be impossible to be topped. But as the crowd continue to flood into the ground, this is going to be a sellout. If you're in Kathmandu and you want to get here, I'd get here now, otherwise you're not going to get in. It's going to be the biggest crowd we've ever seen at this ground in what is a must-win game for both sides.
Yes, and talking about the crowd, the home series in Dubai against UAE when Nepal played, there were Nepali supporters as well in the stadium, the Dubai City Sports City Stadium. After 29, Nepal 109 for 4.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Reroute to
ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Australia, come on Nepal, we can do it. Bebek says, watching on ICC TV, I'm not sure where he's commenting from Australia. Lots of Australian fans, huge emigrant population there. Here's some of the key men, the dignitaries from the Cricket Association of Nepal up in the VIP box. As Powell goes down the ground, it was right into the slot, will just be a single. Bebek is asking about possibly losing ODI status and how that structure works. He says there's been no confirmation from the ICC. There has. We spoke to William Glenwright live on air. The top 5 in this division, 100% keep their ODI status and are entered into the next edition of Cricket World Cup League 2. If you're 6th or 7th, you could, not definite, you could lose your ODI status depending upon how you go in the playoff. Good use of the feet, positive intent from Sheikh, and that's if you finish beneath either Canada or Jersey in that playoff, who will then gain ODI status from the side they finish above and also enter Cricket World Cup League 2. But for Nepal, if they win today, it doesn't matter. They are guaranteed at worst 4th spot.
Yes, and Nelson is on board 111. David Shepherd used to hop when he umpired. Nicely driven over extra cover, down to the boundary for 4 runs. Rohit Paudel, what a shot by him, moves to 49.
And all of a sudden the body language of UAE is dropped. Now Mayapan kicks the turf in frustration. Over pitched, Powell gets enough of it, gets it really nicely. It was the leg break, it was the width that he was capitalised upon, hammered into the turf, and it flies past the cover fielder. Rohit Paudel, he is a special young man. Going to be 4 and it's going to be 50. Now listen to these roars. He is such a talent, this 20-year-old captain of his country. He battled through a really difficult phase and he's got to his 8th ODI 50 and he acknowledges the home crowd. What a cricketer he is. It's that man on your screen. It's Rohit Kumar Paudel, 7 fours, a critical, crucial 50. He's probably never played a more important knock for his country.
Yes, look at the neat touch. Played it very, very late. Used the pace of the ball down to 3rd man for a boundary. What a knock. Rohit Paudel will take a bow. And look at the spectators on their feet.
Googly well picked by Paudel. Immediately sent back. And we kept talking about that Dav Watmore quote, the former head coach who was much loved here and did a brilliant job in his time. He said, the thing I love about this kid, he was 18 at the time, he never gives it away. He said some of the other batters have a tendency to do that in the domestic game here. Even when he's not in touch, he wasn't in touch. He was 13 off 40 deliveries at one point. He doesn't give away. He's battled to 50. And now he's looking to capitalise and cash in. Picks up another couple. Really good over for Nepal, the highest of the innings, head in hands for UAE. 30 overs gone, 1-2-1 for 4.
नेपाल वायु सेवा निगम राष्ट्रिय ध्वजावाहक.
Back in a second. Ritesh Dahal watching on from the MCG down in Melbourne Cricket Ground. Ashish Khadka watching on from South Korea, wondering what we think of Gyanendra Malla being dropped. Big call, didn't see it coming myself. Sanjeev Kushwaha is watching on from Australia. Look at this crowd, it's reaching fever pitch. It's not even midday. The scenes we are going to see in the second half of this game are going to be phenomenal. Must watch action here from Kathmandu. Can to continue, Sheikh happy to leave alone. Sanjeev is saying he's missing classes, but he'd never miss a Nepal match. Nice to hear from Utchav, watching on from Victoria in Canada. He thinks get up to 160 after 40 overs, Paresh, and then get up to 250 from the last 10. I think that's a good shout. Retaining wickets is the key. Manish Dahal, another one watching on from Sydney. So many fans in Australia and America for Nepal. Nice to hear all your messages. Paresh Lahani back with me. Edged for 4. Can beats them all, end up. No slip in place. The keeper's feet planted to the ground. And now the momentum is swinging to the home side.
Yes, Arif Sheikh lucky on that occasion. Tried to play off his back foot, got the edge, a thick edge, running quickly down to the boundary for 4 runs. Now they are on their way.
Definitely an asset. We do apologise for those messages we can't get to. There's too many coming in. Astik Pokro watching from Taiwan. And just wants a little shout out as he's writing his PhD thesis. Nice to hear from you, my friend. Rudra Kadka watching on from Sydney. He says he gave up a $400 payday. He couldn't work today. Had to watch the game. Good on you, Rudra. Amazing the passion from Nepal fans. And if this side can complete the impossible dream, win 3 from 3, cut away powerfully, protection out there for 1, and get to Zimbabwe, what could they do down there, Paresh? Is there a belief in this country all of a sudden this could be a side that could qualify for a World Cup for the first time? 50 over World Cup, that is.
Well, they have that talent to do so, but it's all about mental strength, which has improved a lot for these youngsters. The Nepal side, a very young side. This around 8 years ago, let's say 5 to 8 years ago, there was only a couple of batsmen who scored runs for Nepal, but now you can see there are so many batters. If one doesn't click, the other one does. If the other one doesn't click, the other one does. It's a whole team effort now.
I think that's a really good point as Paudel plays and misses. It felt like in the last era it was Paras Kadke, Gyanendra Malla or Shard Vasakar. If those 3 didn't score, where were the runs coming from? Of course yourself when you were playing too, Paresh. But now, when Asif and Kushal, they fail, well, Paudel takes up the mantle. Or when Gyanendra Malla fails, young Kushal Malla comes in. When Dipendra Singh Airi is needed, he comes in and scores. Arif Sheikh has played some really critical innings in this series, this one included. There's a depth and a growing confidence to the batting as we get to the end of the 31st over. Score 1-2-6 for 4. Going to keep going with these questions. Sangi, watching on from the United States, he says he sniffs a win here because of the fans and the win.
तपाईको कपालमा कसको हुकुम चल्छ? स्प्लिट एन्ड्सको जेट या हेयर फल?
Goodwill Finance, financing for success since 1995.
Fans, anyone watching on supporting Narendra Pokral, watching on from Stuttgart in Germany, wanting to know why did they change the tactic and fix what wasn't broken? Well, if they win, it's all that matters. It did confuse both of us as well. Chem Paudel watching on from Tampa in Florida, nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. Nabin Puri is enjoying the game even though he's sitting an exam. I don't know how he's doing that. He's got his laptop up, the notebook out, and he's watching live on Canterbury HD TV during the exam. I hope that's in the rules. Maybe the invigilator has allowed him. Good luck in your exam, my friend. Tanoj Sapkoto watching on from Japan. He's asking why is there no DRS in these games. It's the same for all the pathway events. 6 camera coverage, so we don't have enough cameras. Sadiq returns, slapped away, 4 more. The momentum is only swinging one direction. That's to the hosts. That's thanks to the home fans. That's to Nepal.
That shot was played very well by Arif Sheikh. It was not there to cut, but the bat speed that he has cut that into the back gap between the backward point and the third man fielder. The ball raced to the boundary for 4 runs. Now the momentum is definitely shifting towards Nepal. 130 already on the 32nd over.
Worked into the leg side. Going to be at least a single. Will only be one as young Ayan Khan fields quickly. Interesting they've gone back to pace on the ball. It looks to me like Sheikh and Powdell are going to enjoy it. His hat's being robbed and smiles aplenty up in the VIP section. Great to see such incredible support. The gate up at the top of the ground. The fans are still coming in 1 a second. This ground will be full within the hour. I think we're in for the biggest crowd ever at the TU International Cricket Ground. An incredible occasion here. UAE versus Nepal. And it's must win for both sides. UAE, who started so brightly, it just looked like they're losing their way a touch.
Yes, they are losing their way. Credit goes to the cricket fans, the spectators here in the grass banks. They are the 12th man off the national side, the home side. Rohit Podel and Arif Sheikh building up a very good partnership here.
Partnership's gone past 50. We'll look at it after this ball. Fluency with which Arif Sheikh has played with has really eased any pressure on Powdell. Looks an awfully good touch, doesn't he? Work the ball around nicely. We'll just take a very quick look at this partnership just to show you how important it's been. 56, now we're at 57 from just 58 balls. A complete game changer.
Yes, it has been a very good partnership and a game changer as well. A good partnership between Bhim Sarki and Rohit Podel earlier. And look at this crowd. It's not even 12 o'clock in the afternoon. It's quarter to 12 and look at the crowd.
This partnership, it's been game-changing. Could it be game-winning?
It could be if they keep on going like this.
Well, look at that banner in the background. If loving Nepali cricket is a crime, then police, please come and arrest me. I am a criminal. I'm there with you, my friend. I'm going to come up and see you at the innings break. We're in the same case. Let's hope the police don't get the handcuffs out, because I am guilty of that sin as well. You have to love cricket. You have to love Nepali cricket. It's so, so special. Short ball. Not short enough to be signalled as a wide. End of the 32nd over. 134 for 4.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Litmus cable quality में number 1 होने को राज हो advanced German technology. Litmus cable quality में number 1.
The photo of his daughter alongside him as they're making Momo dumplings, watching the game on their TV screen on ICC TV. Really good. I'm not going to be able to get to all these messages, but we'll try our best. Raj watching on from Melbourne, nice to hear from you. Arjun Chapagain is watching on from Sydney, and he says he's given up 15 hours of Sunday pay, which is double pay, and it would have been a huge amount of money to him, but no regrets. I couldn't miss a ball of this match today because he knew it was must win for his country. Nice to hear from Buddha watching on from Sydney. Manish Kudawal watching on from the United States of America. He'd like to thank the ICC for this live telecast. Couldn't agree more. ICC, IMG and the Cricket Club team who have combined together to get all these games around the world. Great profile for associate cricket. It's never been more popular. And not just the profile, but the impact this league has had, Paresh, in terms of the performances. I'm expecting the associates to go to Zimbabwe and compete and upset the big test nations, maybe more than just once or twice.
Yeah, that has been done before by the associate members. Even in T20 World Cup, we've seen the Netherlands beat South Africa. Recently held T20 World Cup in Australia in 2022. I think the associate have that talent to beat the test side. We could see in the last World Cup qualifiers when Afghanistan, I think they were already a test nation then, but beating West Indies twice to qualify for the World Cup.
Mahesh KC watching on from Columbus in Ohio. He says, at cricket badge. Hi Andrew, it's 1 AM and I'm planning to watch every ball tonight. Doesn't matter if I only get 2 hours sleep. His question is about the Nepal cricket players and their inconsistency. Someone scores a 50 or 100 and the next game is a duck or a low score less than 10. It's a good question. Powell steers it, but straight to the fielder, Rohan Mustafa, backward point. I think one of the reasons for that has just been a lack of consistency in terms of the amount of cricket they've had to play at the international level. So they're still finding their feet, many of these young men. Very young side, remember. Talk about learning your trade at international level. You need 25 or 30 games to really get the pace of international cricket, understand the pressure of it, be able to respond to the big crowds they play in front of. And that's possibly one of the reasons behind that bit of inconsistency. Give them time. Very talented group. Down the track, big swing and a miss as Powell shows some aggression towards Khan, and Khan comes down and has a word.
Yeah, that's not necessary from Rohit Fordel. I think he did this because just to get Zaur Khan to bowl in a different area. He's been bowling well. 5.3 overs so far for him, 20 runs given. Hasn't taken a wicket, but a good economy rate for him. 3 dot balls on a trot. I think this is good to see that Arif Sheikh has come and had a chat with Rohit Fordel. I think he said that just stay there. Let's have a partnership till the 40th over without losing a wicket. We'll have that platform to accelerate in the last 10 overs.
Yeah, even if there's an occasional good over like this one from Khan. Driven fluently with nice timing. How good is the timing? Well, it's excellent. It's going to be 4 more. Well, UAE are capitulating due to one thing and one reason only. It's the home crowd. Again, it's Zawar Farid. And the legs are wobbling for UAE. To use a boxing analogy, they've been counter-punched 3 or 4 times, mainly by Rohit Powell.
Yet again on the up, played by Rohit Fordel. The third misfield by UAE fielder. That could have been stopped. It should have been stopped at this level. Farid the culprit again for UAE.
Electrifying atmosphere, it really is. I've got to give the fans credit for 15 to 20 runs for their national team already. And another misfield. They are right now wobbling UAE. It might not look that way on the scoreboard. It might look like a very even contest, but the momentum in this game has swung completely. It's yet another mistake. This time it's off his own bowling from Zahoor Khan. Gets us to the end of the 33rd. 139 for 4.
मेरो ग्लो हो मेरो पावर यसैले म गर्छु मेरो ग्लो को पावर अप हरेक दिन नयाँ लक्स को साथ ज्यास्मिनको सुगन्ध र बदामको तेलयुक्त चम्किलो त्वचाको लागि लक्स
यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला यति कार्पेटको शहंशाह
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination. Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
लाइफबॉय ह्यान्ड वासले मार्छ 99.9% ब्याक्टेरिया र भाइरसेस। यसले भाइरससँग लड्छ र तपाईलाई सुरक्षा दिन्छ। वर्ल्ड्स नम्बर 1 सेलिङ जर्म प्रोटेक्सन सोप ब्रान्ड।
गुडविलमै छ विश्वास जनताको, गुडविलमै हो साथी सफलताको।
Goodwill Finance, financing for success since 1995.
प्रस्तुत छ Bath Sense by Asian Paints. Cutting edge technology जसले दिन्छ perfect bathroom experience in every way. Bath Sense by Asian Paints, engineered to delight.
मेरो ग्लो हो मेरो पावर, यसैले म गर्छु मेरो ग्लोको पावर अप हरेक दिन नयाँ लक्सको साथ। ज्यास्मिनको सुगन्ध र बदामको तेलयुक्त चम्किलो त्वचाको लागि लक्स।
जहाँ सपना छन् त्यही भरोसा, भरोसा छ हाम्रो हुन्छन् अवश्य पुरा। जीवनका अनेक उत्सवमा सपनाहरू जोड्दै मनका हरेक तारमा, जोड्दै मनको तार, जोड्दै मनको तार।
छिटो भनेकै वर्ल्ड्स लिंक।
यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनुहोला। यति कार्पेट, कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
अतिरिक्त नै छ, बैंकको धन सब किनै छ।
केही फरक पर्दैन। मैले सिटिजन लाइफको क्रिटिकल केयर प्लस लिएको छु, जसले रोग लागेको थाहा हुने बित्तिकै 50 लाखसम्मको औषधि उपचार खर्च दिन्छ।
उपचार खर्च अब सिटिजन लाइफले गर्छ।
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination. Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
लाइफबॉय ह्यान्ड वासले मार्छ 99.9% ब्याक्टेरिया र भाइरसेस। यसले भाइरससँग लड्छ र तपाईलाई सुरक्षा दिन्छ। वर्ल्ड्स नम्बर 1 सेलिङ जर्म प्रोटेक्सन सोप ब्रान्ड।
गुडविलमै छ विश्वास जनताको, गुडविलमै हो साथी सफलताको।
Goodwill Finance, financing for success since
17 overs still remaining. The chances of getting 280 plus is on the cards, and look at the 50 of Rohit Podell. Played some beautiful shots. The two cover drives he played on the up was a treat to watch. This was the first one into the gap. Back live now. Ball coming in was nicely played by Rohit, and I would like to invite Andrew Leonard again after the drinks break. Lenny, what do you think about Rohit Podell's innings?
Yeah, it's been world class, isn't it? Not in terms of his best innings, in terms of crispness of shot selection and quality of stroke, but his composure, his level-headedness, his unflappability, his unwillingness to give it away has been incredible. And he is a star, this young man, 20 years old. I didn't think we'd ever see better than that innings of 95 not out against Scotland. The composure he showed that day at this ground to drag his side over the line somehow. I still don't understand how they won that game alongside Karen KC. But in many ways already this innings has been more impressive. I know it's only worth 62. The pressure that he was under, remember, he's the one who turned to the match referee and said, we'll bat first. And moments later, he was out there in the middle because wickets fell quickly. They were 22 for 3. He's unflappable, this young man. You cannot question his composure, his talent, his quality. And if he's still there in 16 overs time, he's not just going to have 100 to his name, he's going to have a big 100. And maybe the game, the first of 3 must-win clashes, will go Nepal's way. There's a belief, a growing belief around the ground.
Yes, there is a belief, and the key to his batting is his placement of the shots has been very good. He's placed the ball in the gaps, has taken 2 runs. He's played with soft hands, taken a single, and running between the wickets between Bhim Sharkey and Rohit Paudel was very good, and even with Arif Sheikh as well. A good partnership here between these 2 batsmen.
It's surely going to be given as a wide. Great cheers as Junaid Siddique puffs out the air from his cheeks. It was an effort ball, just too short. And UAE have been flattened by this partnership. Feels like only 10 minutes ago we were talking about can they get to 160 for 4 after 40. Now they're thinking of 190 for 4 after 40, and a huge platform to build from. Fast running and the quick hands of Dipender Singh Airi to come. Maybe Sandeep Lamachani will be thrown up the order a bit to have a crack. Cut powerfully, misfielded by Mustafa, and they should get 2 because Powdell's just so quick. The misfield they are stacking up. There hasn't been any drops, but 20, maybe 25 runs now have come due to fumbles as the crowd gets in on top of UAE.
Yeah, Mustafa is very close to the stumps, not on the line of the 30-yard circle, but he's in, let's say, around 15 to 20 yards in from the stumps. Look at him on the screen. He's way inside the 30-yard circle, and if the batsman cut it hard, it'll be very difficult for him to stop the ball. That is what we saw the last ball.
Short, wide, hit away, and hit away, almost all the way to the boundary. He's going to get 2. Fast wrists as Siddique bangs it into the pitch. Crowd coming alive, and the atmosphere has a real edge to it today.
That was really good fielded by the third man fielder. Stopped that, a tall guy there, bent down, stopped the ball going to the boundary, saved 2 runs for his team. This is kind of an effort that UAE fielders should have. Zohar Farid, the fielder there, he has misfielded earlier.
Brilliant partnership this for the 5th wicket. Powdell starting to take the more senior role in it, but Arif Sheikh's composure has been very telling too. It's just helped put Powdell at ease, reassured him. Looks for the block hole, well kept out by Powdell. He's been out there for 100 balls now, he's got 66. Won't worry about the strike rate for now. Nepal 146 for 4.
Goodwill Finance, financing for success since 1995.
तपाईको कपालमा कसको हुकुम चल्छ? स्प्लिटेन्सको जेट या हेयर फलको फैसला? हेयर प्रब्लम्स मतलब हेयर ड्यामेज। डभको 1/4 मोइस्चराइजिङ मिल्क र केराटिन एक्टिभ्सले कपाललाई भित्रैदेखि रिपेयर गर्छ। अब सुन्दर लहलहाउँदो कपाल जसमा चल्छ केवल तपाईको मर्जी। डभ।
really nice to hear from you and hear from everyone. Innings break, don't move. But Nepal are playing well. Don't change your seating position. Don't change what you're doing. It's always the superstition in cricket, isn't it? If you're watching on from the dressing room, just do not move if things are going well.
Yes, there's a very high level of superstition in Nepal. If you're watching from anywhere, don't just move away till the inning break. And look at the crowd there in the grass banks, and even the crowd out of the ground in numbers as well.
I'm going to call it now. This will be the biggest crowd maybe ever witnessed at this ground. It's only 12 o'clock and they're continuing to flood in. If you are in Kathmandu, you want to come and experience this in person, I would book your ticket right now on the MyPay app, because otherwise you won't get in. A record-setting crowd on what is one of 3 potentially historic days for Nepali cricket. They've won 8 from 9, they need to make it 11 from 12 to go to Zimbabwe. As this has worked into the offside, should be a couple. Sheikh is very quick, so he'll get back comfortably enough. And this partnership is all of a sudden, maybe for the first time in the game, it's brought the game back to parity. I wouldn't say Nepal on top yet, but they could be by the end of this first innings.
Yes, talking about Arif Sheikh, earlier he has played some critical innings for Nepal. That is what he's doing right now. 29 of 33. Rohit Portal, in the other hand, had a very watchful start. His strike rate was
Great to hear local fans watching on Kantapur HD TV Live as well. Partnerships were at 73 now. Pradeep Aryal watching on from Lalitpur. He's saying what a great sight to see the Nepalese fans cheering each other for every ball that is being hit or being misfielded. Jai Nepal, he says, lovely to hear from you. Lots of people watching on from the United States. Rupesh Adhikari watching on from Dallas. Trying to get to as many of the comments as we can. Aish Aryal watching on from Pokhara. He's doing an exam and he's got Kantapur HD TV up on the tablet. I think a few of them have it up. Would you have been able to do an exam watching cricket?
well, when I was in exam, there were no live feeds of cricket. So nowadays they are all the matches of ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2 are telecast live, and it'll be easier for the fans to watch it online or in Kantapur HD TV.
You can't exaggerate how brilliant a development that has been, not just for Nepali cricket but for associate cricket. So long starved of 2 things, fixtures and attention and exposure. This one's driven on the up. A little bit of reverse swing maybe from Zohar Khan. Powdell wants the second. Mistake, but he's going to get back. He slipped, but he's so quick, he's able to recover. And that was critical. Could not afford to lose their captain run out. He'll dust himself down, but he's still there.
Yeah, with that single, 150 is up for Nepal. And look at it, he's so quick, he almost ran 1.5 runs there. On the half of the, and look at the throw, it was very wide. Even the bowler couldn't collect that. Zohar Khan.
Drama again. Critically, Powdell survives, moves to 69. 150 has come up inside 35 overs. Nepal crucially also still have 6 wickets in hand. This is building up to be a classic. Definite shape and reverse swing now from Khan as it goes into the leg side for a single. 35 overs have been bowled. 151 for one.
जहाँ सक्दछन् त्यही भरोसा भरोसा छ हाम्रो हुन्छन् अवश्य पुरा जीवनका अनेक उत्सवमा सपनाहरू जोड्दै मनका हरेक तारमा जोड्दै मनको तार जोड्दै मनको तार
छिटो भनेकै World's Lake.
Just how high up they are. We'll see if we can bring you that in a moment. Change in bowling now. Going to be young Ayan Afzal Khan. What an experience for him, 17 years of age. Smiling faces inside the ground, outside the ground. This means the world to everyone here. And that lack of exposure, lack of opportunity and the lack of regularity of fixtures for associate teams, it's been solved by this Cricket World Cup League 2. We're certainly given a huge boost at the minimum. What I'd love to see in the next cycle is some sides in and around those triangular ODIs, maybe arrange some T20s as well, get even more cricket. Where else would you rather be on a Sunday like this, Paresh? On the banks, a few dance moves coming in, little juice box as well. Atmosphere as good as anywhere in the world.
Good start by Ayan Khan. He's bowled 6.1 over. Now credit goes to Rohit Paudel, the captain, who's played such a nice innings here, and also the credit goes to Bhim Sarki as well, who had a very good partnership with Rohit Paudel, and Arif Sheikh, a clinical innings that he's playing here.
Flatter through the air, well fielded by Virdia Aravind. He does well with the ball just kicking low off the edge of the square. The square has been built up really well here. It's better and better batting wickets by the ground staff. Powell goes to the sweep, one of his favourite strokes. Bit of spin on it, and finally Zara Farid finds a way to stop one. Only imagine what would have happened if that went to the rope. There has to be a sense from here 250 plus is achievable. Equally, you don't want to get carried away, just keep batting for now. Keep doing what they're doing, Sheikh and Powell. Even if you've one or two good overs, get to 40 and then reassess, get to that final power play.
Yes, that is what these two batsmen should do. It doesn't matter if the over, only 2 runs off this over, it doesn't matter. After 36, Nepal 153 for 4.
Lifebuoy ह्यान्ड वासले मार्छ 99.9% ब्याक्टेरिया र भाइरसेस। यसले भाइरससँग लड्छ र तपाईलाई सुरक्षा दिन्छ। World's #1 selling germ protection soap brand.
Pick any holiday destination and we'll have an exciting trip organized for you. Choose from a plethora of exotic destinations to fulfill your cravings for rejuvenation and exploration.
Rupsey Holidays, crafting memorable vacations.
Cutting edge technology. Jasle dincha perfect bathroom experience. Bath Sense by Asian Paints. Engineered to delight.
SRP watching on from the USA. He thinks 300 could still be on. Abhiyan Chetri is watching the game of his country from Australia in Sydney. Lovely to see the photo as well. Sajang Rai, he says that Arif Sheikh reminds him of Mohammad Kaif. He just goes silently about his batting, gets much needed runs and a brilliant fielder, and a plus point he can bowl as well. Plenty of messages too coming in about Rohan Mustafa, who I think is going to be the pantomime villain for this series, having wound up a few of the fans. Another change in bowling. 2 spinners will bowl in tandem now, as Aryan Lakra comes in and has helped down the ground, a powerful pull stroke, but mid-on deals with that. Asif Khan, UAE, who were so enthused earlier, it looked like the air has been zapped out of their tyres. We saw them fight back brilliantly with the ball in the last 20 overs against Papua New Guinea. Can they find that fight again today?
Well, it's looks like it's very highly unlikely, but they shouldn't lose their hopes. They shouldn't drop their shoulders down. They should keep on attacking. Nicely clipped away for a boundary. Slog sweep by Rohit Podel. Oh, sorry, it's Arif Sheikh. Yeah, it's Rohit Podel. Down to mid-wicket for a boundary.
You need to get your blood sugar tested. The blood pressure of Paresh Lahani's getting far too excited. Still 4 or 5 hours to go, Paresh. Good slog sweep, not quite out of the middle, but he adjusted nicely. And with mid-wicket in the circle, get it over his head, you will get 4. Great batting from Rohit Podel, leading the way. Looks to repeat the dose, and so nearly caught behind. The keeper can only deflect it back onto the stumps. I think this might have been a drop chance.
I think that's too much of a risk. Shot to play.
Darted in, punched back at the bowler, who does enough. Has to be said, the scale of excitement, the energy around this ground. Let's have a look. Oh, definite bat involved. You've called me a harsh judge before. That's a drop chance, and if anyone knows it, it's Aryan Lakra. The keeper into the team today has put down Rohit Podel on 75. Not an easy chance. Dropped by Ashwant Valtapa, the one change to the team. 37 bowled, 160 for 4.
Warm services to delight your senses. Taking hospitality to newer heights. Nepal Airlines.
Yeti carpet kinda carpet को पछाडी यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला. Yeti carpet, carpet को शहंशाह.
हल्दी रित्तिने छ, बैंकको धन सकिने छ.
केही फरक पर्दैन. मैले सिटिजन लाइफको क्रिटिकल केयर प्लस लिएको छु, जसले रोग लागेको थाहा हुने बित्तिकै 50 लाख सम्मको औषधि उपचार खर्च दिन्छ.
यो उपचार खर्च अब सिटिजन लाइफले गर्छ.
How critical could that be? 13 overs left. 2 young left arm spinners for me have been definitely the pick of the attack. They're so impressive the way they've bowled. What will the approach be for the last 13? We've just seen signs that Powell's starting to look to accelerate. When are Nepal really going to go for it?
Yes, it looks like that he wants to accelerate, but I think it's not the time yet to accelerate. We were talking about Nepal reaching 160 for 4 in the 40th over. They have done that in 37 overs. And look at that shot against slog sweep, not off the mid of the bat, but the mid-wicket fielder was inside the circle. He had to get it over his head. That is what he did, Rohit Podel.
Down the ground now. Has he got enough of this? He doesn't think he has. It's taken, and it's Karthik Mayappan again. Moments after having a life, Rohit Podel, who's batted so brilliantly, has given it away. And UAE are dancing. It's the youngster and the veteran, twice his age, Mustafa, who gets the toe taps out. Podel felt that was the time to go. Maybe just a bit too soon. He's frustrated with himself. He falls for 77.
Yeah, the credit goes to the young bowler, Ian, who bowled it a bit slow, enticing the batsman to go over the top. That is what Rohit Podel did, but couldn't get the reward. Gone for 77. Well played, the captain. Nepal 162 for 5.
प्रस्तुत छ बाथ सेन्स बाय एशियन पेन्ट्स. Cutting edge technology जसले दिन्छ perfect bathroom experience in every way. Bath Sense by Asian Paints, engineered to delight.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Problems, and they still have plenty of overs left. Between the two young left armers, they've got combined figures of 15.3 overs, 3 for 54. So the left-hander will come to the crease and have a chance to get the ball turning into him and maybe exploit a few big blows. Still Dipendra Singh Airi up their sleeves. He's going to bat all the way down at number 8 now. Great man to have coming in at that point. Are there signs that a little bit of turn on offer, and Lalit Rajbanshi and Sandeep Lamachani will be licking their lips?
Yeah, look at this again, bowled it a bit slow by Ayan Khan. A smart bowling by him. Rohit Paudel giving himself room, putting his front foot aside and trying to go over extra cover live now. And I think Gulshan Shah has been sent as a pinch hitter to hit the left arm orthodox out of the ground, but he'll be watching.
Star of the future, 38 overs bowled, 162 for 5.
मेरो ग्लो हो मेरो पावर, यसैले म गर्छु मेरो ग्लो को पावर अप हरेक दिन नयाँ लक्स को साथ। ज्यास्मिनको सुगन्ध र बदामको तेल युक्त चम्किलो त्वचाको लागि लक्स।
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
That wicket has completely changed the game, and again maybe changed the perspective of what Nepal will hope to get. 250 from here would be a really good effort. It could well be a winning score.
Yes, looking at recent UAE's batting, they've not been able to chase the target. Nicely bowled by Rohan Mustafa, giving that air to the batsman. Sometimes he mixes his bowling, his speed as well, bowls a quicker one. This again giving that air.
And after the wicket, there has been 6 consecutive dot balls. Make that 7, and all of a sudden a hush descends across what's already close to a capacity crowd.
Yeah, smart bowling by Rohan Mustafa, giving that air to Arif Sheikh, enticing him. Nicely cut away into the gap, but half stopped by the fielder at backward point. 2 runs taken by these two batsmen. That was nicely cut by Arif Sheikh. Played it late. Rohan Mustafa, an experienced bowler. I think he got a hand to it, the backward point fielder.
Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला। यति कार्पेट, कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
गुडविलमै छ विश्वास जनताको, गुडविलमै हो साथी सफलताको।
Goodwill Finance, financing for success since 1995.
11 overs, they're going to go an awfully long. Should Nepal take victory today, their ODI status is guaranteed, and they're 2 wins away from going automatically to Zimbabwe. Floods into the pad, going to angle down. If UAE were to win, they'd be 2 wins away from guaranteeing preservation of their ODI status. It's all on the line in Kathmandu.
It's just a query by Ayan Khan. The ball drifting down the leg side. A big slog sweep by Gulsanja down to the grass banks for 6 runs. Look at the spectators, they didn't even attempt the catch.
6, and just what Nepal needed to get things going into the slog overs, into the final 10. It's a big hit, and the critical thing for the left-hander here is he's got the ball turning into him and gets enough of it. ODI, not just his 8th, 17 years of age, but that's brought the crowd alive again. And pressure on the youngster. How's he going to react? Spears it in, flatter through the air. If Jad got something on that, it could have been 4.
Yeah, I think this is why Gulsanja has been sent to pinch hit. He's not a monk with the bat, he's a bowling all-rounder. Nicely bowled, a Yorker length by Ayan Khan. Even if he's still 17 years of age, look at his mind, look at his maturity in bowling.
Phenomenal, only words to use. He is a special talent, this young man, Ayan Khan. Whatever all of his teammates do in these remaining 3 matches, he can hold his head high already. Had a huge impact. Also a handy batter, he's just 17. Talk about experience and how this will help him grow as a cricketer, playing in front of a crowd this size and responding very well. 3 dots after the maximum. Many other youngsters would crumble, not this young man, Ayan Afzal Khan. Seven off the over it's going to be. Jha will keep the strike. 171 for 5, the end of the second power play.
प्रस्तुत छ Bath Sense by Asian Paints. Cutting edge technology जसले दिन्छ perfect bathroom experience in every way. Bath Sense by Asian Paints, engineered to delight.
Litmus cable quality में number 1 होने को राज हो advanced German technology. Litmus cable quality में number 1.
Slightly hazy day today, you can't see those gorgeous Chobar Hills across to the right as Gulshan Jha and Mohammad Asif Sheikh, Mohammad Arif Sheikh even, Asif's brother, get ready to launch an assault in the final 10. 10 overs remain. I think the UAE might be a little bit tight for time today, a bit slow between their overs. So they'll be under a bit of pressure to get their overs in. It's already 12:30 local time. Very slow. It's 3 hours of play to just bowl 40 overs. Mustafa will enjoy bowling to the left-handed Jha.
Yes, Mustafa, an experienced bowler, a good all-rounder for UAE and for the Associate Nations. Bowling to a left-hander. Beaten again. Gulshan Jha, he's taking too many dot balls that will frustrate Arif Sheikh. He's at the non-strike and hasn't had a strike in a long time.
Yeah, in this innings from Jha, it's a 6, it's a single, and it's 10 dots. You're almost better with 7 singles from that. The youngster's just getting a little bit bogged down. He's going to tie his lace. Mustafa will have to wait. He does like to be quick through his overs. Really is a phenomenal crowd. I can't quite believe how many we have here. Very different to a few days ago as well. The Papua New Guinea game was nervy, it was tense. The crowd were almost a bit awkward at points. They just didn't want to fall at the first hurdle, did they? But today, big shot attempted into the leg side. I think about 2. Jha wants it. Sent back by Sheikh, probably rightly so. Today, the crowd have had to drag the team into the contest, and haven't they done it brilliantly?
Yes, they have, and I think Arif Sheikh wants to strike to Rohan Mustafa because because he's an off spinner, and he'll be relatively easy for the right-hander to face off spinners. And the youngster Gulshan Jha, I think he played a mind game on Rohan Mustafa, just trying to tie his shoelace. Nice pull shot by Arif Sheikh, but straight to the fielder, only a single run.
Yeah, not the over that Nepal would have wanted to start the power play. Only 2 runs coming from it. Mustafa, so canny, so experienced. He looks a little bit less highly strung. He was very emotional earlier in the day. Just got a little bit G'd up. Looks more level now, and as a consequence, he's bowling better. Can't let your emotions get the better of you at any international. Goes inside out over extra cover. That's a very good looking stroke, a stroke of the highest quality. They do get a boundary from the over. It goes to Gulshan Jha, 177 for 5.
This kind of stroke is very, very hard to play. Inside out over extra cover. Look at this, easily done. It's a very good to see such kind of strokes, pleasing to the eyes.
XH Simplifying Technology. यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनुहोला। यति कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
मेरो ग्लो हो मेरो पावर, यसैले म गर्छु मेरो ग्लोको पावर अप हरेक दिन नयाँ लक्सको साथ। ज्यास्मिनको सुगन्ध र बदामको तेल।
Nicely swept away, down to fine leg for 4 runs. Arif Sheikh is playing a blinder of an innings here, Lenny.
Really is a good knock. Its value, I don't think, can be overstated in terms of its importance. It's now worth 41. It's come at a good strike rate, and it's been completely flawless, completely chanceless. It was a big miss, wasn't he, in the previous home series, missing through illness. Brought back in, using all that experience. The older of the 2 Sheikh brothers, rising to the challenge, rising to the call. Look at that, so clever. Gets the boundary, get the single, get back down the non-striker's end.
And there's a left-hander too, so that means he's been facing the left-arm orthodox. The two 17-year-old kids, Gulshan Jha and Ayan Afzal Khan, who will come out the better one, the 2 17-year-old.
Goes over the offside, over the head of long off. What a strike! I thought long off was in action for a second. Instead he gets another maximum. Jha, the impact player at 7. Nepal on the charge.
Yeah, this is exactly why Gulshan Jha was sent, to hit out of the ground.
This atmosphere is building up to be something very special. Even on the halcyon famous days of this ground, I think we may have never seen the likes of this before.
Yes, he tried to repeat the dose on the leg side, but got the inner part of the bat. Nicely done by Arif Sheikh with soft hands in the gap for a single. 190 is up for Nepal. 13 runs so far off this over in 5 balls. This is the last over of Ayan's spell. 46 for 2 his figures. A good job done by him for the UAE side. A 17-year-old mature bowler, and he can bat as well. Try to heave it away down to mid-wicket region, straight to long on. Just a single taken. 14 runs of this over. 42 gone. Nepal 1-1 for 5.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting.
The all all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Lifebuoy hand wash ले मार्छ 99.9% ब्याक्टेरिया र भाइरसेस। यसले भाइरससँग लड्छ र तपाईलाई सुरक्षा दिन्छ। World's #1 selling germ protection soap brand. यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला। यति कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
Still remaining, that is 48 balls.
Lifebuoy hand.
Can they score around 60 runs in, more than 60 runs in 48 balls? That is highly likely when Gulshan Jha is on the crease.
Gulshan Jha 20 off 17 and really throwing the kitchen sink at everything. Full helped away protection out there will just be a single. I think Mustafa's going to go to death bowling mode now.
Yes, he's a very smart bowler, a thinking bowler. He plays with the batsman's mind, but Arif Sheikh equal the 43 of 51, playing magnificently. Now I think Arif should give the strike to Gulshan Jha, who's striking the ball very clean. Oh, that was a full toss.
He's asking for a free hit and he's not going to get it. Taken out at long on and he's been dismissed, but I think understandably Arif Sheikh can't believe it. Good catch held by, I think it's Asif Khan, isn't it, down at long on. To my eyes at first this looked like a no ball. Very, very high, maybe just dipping beneath the waist, and the very first chance that Arif Sheikh gives is taken gleefully. Big wicket, that one.
Yeah, it was a very smart catch taken by Asif Khan. Arif Sheikh couldn't believe it. He was surprised by the full toss. Gone for 43. Nepal 192 for 6.
XH Simplified Technology.
Litmus cable quality में number 1 होने को राज हो advanced German technology. Litmus cable quality में number 1.
यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला। यति कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
मेरो ग्लो हो मेरो पावर। यसैले म गर्छु मेरो ग्लो को पावर अप हरेक दिन नयाँ लक्सको साथ। ज्यास्मिनको सुगन्ध र बदामको तेलयुक्त चम्किलो त्वचाको लागि लक्स।
The 360-degree player, his patch feed is very good. These two can hit the ball hard. They can cross the boundary line as well. Rohan Mustafa taking that wicket off Arif Sheikh. Nicely punched, but straight to mid-wicket. No run. Now it's a very tricky moment for Nepal.
And you just sense that every time a wicket has fallen, the run rate has really fallen alongside it.
भाइरससँग लड्छ र तपाईलाई सुरक्षा दिन्छ। World's #1 selling germ protection soap brand. यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला। यति कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
7 overs here. Again, on that evidence, looks very close, doesn't it? Immediately the hands came off the bats and Arif Sheikh wanted the no ball call, but he didn't get it. The two umpires had a good look at each other and said no, dipping below waist height. Mustafa very, very fortunate to pick up his second wicket as Junaid Sadiq is going to come into the attack to bowl. 3 of the final 4 overs from this end, but I don't know if this is a miscalculation. He won't be able to bowl out. He can bowl overs 46, 44 and 48, but can't bowl over 50. He's only got 3 left. So where can the other option as well? Goes to an off-cutter, nicely played, well timed, but the ball continues to follow Mustafa around the ground.
Yes, Arif Sheikh was totally surprised by the full toss. I think it was dipping on his waist. He's standing upright. I think that was a very good call by the umpire.
Definitely tight, but I think probably gone the right way. You just feel a bit sorry, don't you, for Arif Sheikh, because it's not where Mustafa's intended it. He's looked for the block all over, pitched it. And these final 7 overs, they're going to dictate where this game goes, I feel. Dipender Singh Ari will enjoy the pace on the ball, and he gets off the mark with a hook shot out to Zara Farid. Such a special ground, this one. I've seen many sites over the years. This could maybe be one of the biggest games in its history.
Yeah, that's signal 1 for the over by the umpire, and that was very well played by Dipender Singh Ari, rolling the wrist over the bat to ensure that the ball goes to the ground, not in the air.
Comedy bump between the two. Nothing wrong with Gulshan Jah holding his line, and Sadiq's going for the ball. All is fair in love and war, and Gulshan's going to go and apologise as well. Good to see handshakes between the two back live. Absolutely entitled to run his line, and warm applause from the crowd as they shake hands. Although big Sadiq, takes a lot to take him down.
Yeah, 17-year-old Gulshan Jah bringing down the big Sadiq. Good to see the handshakes all around, even the captain coming there to see if Gulshan Jah is alright or not. Mohammad Hussain, a very good gesture by the UAE team.
Maybe just as well that wasn't Rohan Mustafa.
Exactly, Lenny. Everything happening here from the start. Rohan Mustafa has been clinical.
Yeah, you think of fiery fast bowlers and they usually befit the stereotype, but Junaid Sadiq is a gentle giant. He's a sweetheart, really. And nice to see him get back up on his feet. Might just still be feeling a few after effects from the clash between the two, but I don't think either man was at fault. They're both running in a way that they're expected to run. They're just a natural coming together, and Jah got safely through for the single. Let's hope Sadiq is okay.
Yes, let's hope so, that he can bowl his full quota of overs. Very good bowler, Sadiq. Nicely bowled into the pitch.
Cutter, isn't it? And I think that might be something we'll see a lot of. Remember, Nepal have gone with the extra spinner today, and Lalit Rajbanshi, who's come in place of Karim KC. Do have the seam option of Gulshan Jah, but he's proved a little expensive at points in recent times with his bowling. He's almost playing as a batter who bowls a bit.
Look at the collision again. I don't know how Gulshan Jah brought down a big Sadiq. A 17-year-old bringing down I think twice of his age. And nicely flicked away, but almost stopping that ball. Sadiq, a big unit coming down to field. That is the intent in fielding by Sadiq, a good one. Nicely clipped away off his hips. Look at Sadiq, a big unit going down to field that ball, to stop the single, but was unable to do so. But a very good effort by him. 5 singles of the 5 balls bowled in this over. A quick single taken by Dipender Singh Ari. 6 runs off the over.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Live voice. यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनुहोला यति कार्पेटको शहंशाह.
Iron Khan 10 overs, a good spell by him, 47 for 2. Aryan Lakra 8 overs, 28 for 1. Good economy rate. Sunit Siddiq 8 overs, 36 for 1. 1 maiden. Zul Khan 7 overs, 1 maiden, 30 for no wicket. Rohan Mustafa 7 overs, 34 for 2. Nicely bowled again. Quick single taken again by these two batsmen. There was chance and an overthrow. The feather was quick to return, but Gulshan Jah sent him back. 199 for 6 Nepal in the 45th over. Still 250 is on cards if Gulshan Jah keeps going like that.
Bowled into the wicket, not a great delivery. Jah helps it round the corner and get a couple. Mustafa, even though his figures don't really show it, it's been a bit all over the place, and round standing ovation for the 200 coming up. They don't just love their cricket, they really know their cricket here in Kathmandu.
Yes, that is why there's a huge roar when the 200 is up for Nepal. And they are chanting Nepal, Nepal at the moment. It's very hard for us to listen to ourselves because of this huge noise by the crowd.
It's the block hole nailed by Mustafa Jah, can't get anything away. Yeah, because we don't have the stump mics or pitch effects, you probably can't quite hear just how incredible the atmosphere is. But it is building up to fever pitch already. I thought the end of that Scotland game was not going to be surpassed, but it already has been today. Plenty more cricket to come. As Jah gets this into the offside, will just be a single. Good death bowling from Mustafa.
And smart too, because he bowled two quick deliveries, one a short ball, the other one a Yorker length. Now he's gave a bit of air, enticing Gulshan Jah to go over the top. And smart bowling by Rohan Mustafa. That's on the legs. Nicely flicked away by Dipender Singh Aire down to backward square leg for just a single.
You keep going back to that point about this journey that Monty Desai has taken this UAE, this Nepal team on. One win over UAE already. Needs to make it 2 more and 1 against PNG to achieve the unthinkable. 45 overs bowled, 5 remain, 204 for 6.
Goodwill Finance, financing for success since 1995.
प्रस्तुत छ बाथ सेन्स by Asian Paints. Cutting edge technology जसले दिन्छ perfect bathroom experience in every way. Bath Sense by Asian Paints, engineered to delight.
Yeah, and the psychological run, that is 250, will be effective to the UAE batters. Who would have thought Nepal would be 204 for 6 in 45 overs after losing those early 3 wickets inside the 10 overs.
22 for 3 the score was. They battled back valiantly as the new keeper can't collect the off-cutter from Siddiq that was banged into the wicket, and they'll scamper through for a bye. It's always difficult. Look, it'll turn on the second bounce, and Val Thapa, who's got the gloves today instead of Aravind, unable to collect cleanly. Look at this, not a spot on the grass banks left already. It's not even 1 PM yet. Incredible atmosphere, incredible crowd, phenomenal passion for the sport here in Nepal, and they're going to be needed.
if Gulshan Shah is still there. Mind you, there is no Karan Casey today. Sandeep Lamichhane can bat. He's shown that in the Dubai tour as well. And he's not going to hang around. He's just going to smack the ball around. Look at the spectators again. Pretty faces.
Well, that guy in the pink t-shirt is saying, play. Furious. Says to the youngster, you know it's the slower ball, you know it's going to turn on the second.
And lucky for Nepal, that wasn't a dot ball. 3 runs of 3 balls so far. 2 good slower bounces by Siddique, but keeper couldn't collect it because of the bounce in front of him.
Full toss. What a stroke from Dipender Singh Airi. How's he got it there for 4? The fastest hands anywhere in Nepal belong to Dipender Singh Airi. Might have been a full toss. Brilliantly played. What execution. 4 to the total.
He didn't go to the leg side because he opened his face and got the gap on the offside. That's brilliant batting by Dipender Singh Airi. Very good thinking as well. It was a pacey full toss. That is why he didn't go to the leg side. Just timed it to perfection on the offside.
Can they get the flying finish? I think they might need it. Thousands outside the ground as well. Any vantage point will do today. It's must win. Pulled now powerfully. And pulled for 4 more. The umpire signalled almost before it's got to the rope. It's hit like a laser. Airi.
Yeah, look at that bat speed again. It went like a tracer bullet to the boundary. What a shot. He's a very good puller and hooker of the ball, Dipender Singh Airi. That is why he pulled it in front of square.
Crowd reaching absolute fever pitch now. They love Dipender Singh Airi. He's the original 3-dimensional cricketer. He's playing a great little cameo here. Back-to-back boundaries. Can he make it 3 in a row? The roof may come off the TU International Cricket Ground if he does. Around the corner. I'll say the words again. Dipender Singh Airi. They're running, they're dancing, they're jiving in the crowd. Look at that man. You can't keep him down. 4, 4, 4. 219 for 6.
And look at the crowd. We cannot even hear ourselves here. Nicely placed into the gap by Dipender Singh Airi. And the spectator there in the KFC lounge dancing around.
What was he doing, Paresh? We couldn't stop him. He was sprinting away and then he just went off like a cyclone. Dancing, jiving, loving every second. Oh, you have to love this sport of ours. As special as it gets. And when every game matters, when you have to win to stay alive, just adds everything to it. It's a big, big over. Look at this man here. Here he goes. He said, I'm going to sprint, and then he said, no, I'm going to turn and swivel like Dipender Singh Airi. Look at him go.
Try to hit it over extra cover, but completely beaten by the bowler.
Staff is very clever at the death. Have to find a way to score off him as well. 250 has to be the target minimum now. 4 to go. Mustafa pulls out. As Jah looked for the ramp or the scoop over his shoulder. More than entitled to do that. Hit into the sky now. Has he got enough of it? Yes is the answer. It's 6. Mustafa can't believe it. And the crowd, they love it.
Yeah, that was a full toss. And look at that guy again. He's dancing around. very happy that Gulshan Jha hit a 6. A full toss deposited into the long on boundary for 6 runs. No, there was not a chance for the field. I don't know why Mustafa was hanging his hand above.
Well, Zara Farid, he's not had a great day in the field. Tries to repeat the dose, comes off an under edge. Where's this one gone? Should be 2. Comfortable 2 for Jha. Great little cameo this. It's a bit more than that. These 2 batters striking it over 100. Nepal hunting down 260 now.
Definitely, like I said, if Gulshan Jha keeps you alone here in the com box.
You can't leave me, mate. Look at Mustafa's reaction. It was quite something here. Furious is the only way to describe it. Look at him. I think 260 is the target now.
That's smart bowling and smart batting by Gulshan Jha and Rohan Mustafa. Good cricket all round. A Yorker length, nicely dug out by Gulshan Jha for a single. Now Dipender Singh Arya is on strike. He's into boundary hitting mode. 3 consecutive boundaries in the last over he faced.
For 6. Might be dropped in the crowd, but everything else has gone the way of Dipender Singh Arya. Big finish. The crowd ecstatic. In the over, we can't hear ourselves think. I can't speak here in the commentary box. 47 bowled, 240 for 6.
तपाईको कपालमा कसको हुकुम चल्छ? स्प्लिट एन्ड्सको जेट या हेयर फलको फैसला? हेयर प्रब्लम्स मतलब हेयर ड्यामेज। डभको 1/4 मोइस्चराइजिङ मिल्क र केराटिन एक्टिभ्सले कपाललाई भित्रैदेखि रिपेयर गर्छ। अब सुन्दर लहलहाउँदो कपाल जसमा चल्छ केवल तपाईको मर्जी। डभ
गुडविलमै छ विश्वास जनताको, गुडविलै हो साथी सफलताको।
Goodwill Finance, financing for success since 1995.
At least 270 runs on the board to defend. Now Gulshan Jha on strike.
Oh my, we said it would be dramatic. We said this wasn't going to be simple. From 32 for 3, going at 2.5 and over for the first 20 overs. Now they're flying 3 6s off the over. Nothing that Afzal Khan can do about that. And they are literally jumping. It's electric. Look at this man. He's lassoing like a cowboy in the white t-shirt. Oh, this is very special. Have to ride the wave of the fans now. Get to 270, get to 275, and then it's over to the bowlers. Zahoor Khan, he's the specialist at the death. Bowled him. That's why he's so good. Brilliant, absolute brilliance. An in-swinging Yorker. It's too good for Gulshan Jha, and even the crowd respect that one. As good a death Yorker as you'll see.
Absolutely perfect Yorker by Zahoor Khan. Look at that. Onto the base of the off stump. Beautiful delivery.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
गुडविलमै छ विश्वास जनताको गुडविल नै हो साथी सफलताको
Goodwill Finance, financing for success since 1995.
Cutting edge technology. जसले दिन्छ perfect bathroom experience. Bath Sense by Asian Paints. Engineered to delight.
In the ground, long on. Cow corner, his two go-to regions. Might get that front foot out of the way as well. Big swing and a miss. And this is where you need to just be careful. You don't want a damp squib. You don't want a tame ending to your innings. Get a single, get Irie on strike.
Yeah, that is what Sandeep Lamachani should do. Look at the Dipender Singh Irie's strike rate, exactly 200, 30 or 15 balls. Now Sandeep Lamachani should look for the single and give Dipender Singh Irie the strike. And look at this Yorker again. You can see this many times. Perfect delivery in the death overs to get rid of a well-set batsman.
Gotta get Dipender Singh Irie on strike here. That's the key. He's flying 30 off 15. Not a time to look for boundaries from Lamachani. Get one, get Irie on. Good cricket. Will get that single, even though it's straight to the man. That's all he needed to do. And what can Irie do?
Oh, that's very good batting by Lamachani. The ball was full toss. Didn't try to hit it hard, just hit it straight to the fielder. A quick single taken by these two batsmen. Now Dipender Singh Irie is on strike. The last over, he hit two consecutive sixes. Let's see what he can do. Let's see what Zohar Khan is going to do. Both the third man and final fielders are inside the circle. That means he's going for a Yorker length. The fielders are
Bucks. Got all sorts of dignitaries in today. All of the CEOs of the local sponsors. Our thanks to all of them again. To KFC, to Lifebuoy, to the Sting Energy Drink team, to LIC, to the title sponsor Dafa News. Sharad Visakar watching on as well, as this is clubbed down the ground. What a legend he has been in Nepali colours in years gone by. If only Paris Katka could be here, but he's in Qatar, isn't he, at the Legends League. This is the must-watch game. Three, anything less than that, it's not going to be enough. 13 deliveries left.
they're going to get it easily. Good running between the wickets by these two batsmen.
on Palkami. Lamachani didn't get anywhere near that one.
Yes, a very good leg cutter by Farid. And Mustafa taking a simple catch. He doesn't drop those. Running into the ball. And just throws the ball back to the bowler and goes to his fielding position. Mustafa, what a character he is. Lamachani gone for 2. Or above. If Dipender Singh ID hits out of the ground, that's very possible. Coming down the track, it was a Yorker leg, another leg cutter, just a single down to backward square leg. Now Sompal coming on strike. I think this is a very good over, 2 back-to-back good overs for UAE.
The last 5 overs have gone for 53 runs, but after the 46th and 47th that went for 15 and 21 respectively, UAE just showing some fight again, some grit, some determination. As Kami gets this through the offside, but there's a man out there. And the wicket followed up by 3 singles, not what Nepal want right now.
And the 4 balls that he delivered was all leg cutters, change of pace. And Lenny talking about the track, it's becoming better and better for the batsmen to score runs. Now Nepal, at least they need at least 260 runs to defend. Clean bowled. Yet another leg cutter. Dipender Singh ID is clean bowled by a very good delivery by Farid.
Well, huge credit to Zara Farid. I just described it as a hospital pass. He was thrown to bowl the 49th, the penultimate over, but he's responded in great style. He's got the wickets of Lamachani, and now Dipender Singh Airi with a leg cutter that just deceived the little tiger. Great cameo though from him. He gets a good ovation, and it's now just the number 11 left. Nepal could be bowled out. It's 248 for 9 as Airi falls for a really well made 34 off 19 balls.
प्रस्तुत छ बाथ सेन्स by Asian Paints. Cutting edge technology जसले दिन्छ perfect bathroom experience in every way. Bath Sense by Asian Paints, engineered to delight.
यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनुहोला। यति कार्पेट, कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
गुडविलमै छ विश्वास जनताको, गुडविल नै हो साथी सफलताको।
Goodwill Finance, financing for success since 1995.
4 here is the good results. Crucially though, Nepal do not want to be bowled out. They want to make use of these final 7 deliveries. 7 singles, better than a wicket. Yeah, good execution. Actually has turned as well. Gripped on the surface, the leg cutter. Great credit to Farid. Hammered out of the game yesterday.
Warm services to delight your senses. Taking hospitality to to newer heights. Nepal Airlines.
Yeah, they'll keep coming in. They're coming in as we speak. Probably another 2,000 or 3,000 outside the gates, it looks like, as well. Incredible passion and fervent atmosphere of the highest quality. They know how important this game is for their country. Decked out with flags and jerseys all around it. As Zahor Khan is going to bowl the 50th and final over. Death specialist into Sampal Kami. Kami can't do anything with it. 5 deliveries left. Momentum just swinging back UAE's way. It's been a really topsy-turvy first innings.
Yes, it has been, and the Nepali bowler should identify that the pitch has been better for batting now. The sun is beating up towards the pitch. Now, if they can get to 50-odd runs, it'll be a psychological pressure for the team UAE.
What about a couple of maximums, what they'd give for that to get to 260? 260, I think, given where this innings was at, would be a brilliant effort. But Kami may well just have ended the innings by holding out to Karthik Mayappan, who's fielded really well, his third catch. And somehow Nepal have been bowled out. 4 deliveries shy for what we feel might be a slightly under par 248. They'll have wanted more, but given that they were 22 for 3, maybe they'd have taken that at that stage. Remember, they won the toss, decided to bat first, and they've got themselves into some kind of a fighting position. Will it be enough? Not too sure. Zahor Khan, excellent at the death, and Karthik Mayappan, ever so good in the field. That's the end for Kami, and that's the end for Nepal. 248 all out.
Yeah, still 4 balls remaining. They are bowled out for 248. The momentum shifting towards UAE's in the end of the innings. Look at the huddle in the centre by UAE.
Lifebuoy hand washले मार्छ 99.01 selling germ protection soap brand.
Cutting edge technology जसले दिन्छ perfect bathroom experience. Bath Sense by Asian Paints, engineered to delight.
Bim Sharkey played a good hand, 4 boundaries he hit in his innings of 29, guiding the ball around the ground. And then Rohit Paudel, 9 fours for him in his critical innings of 77. He really responded well to the pressure. That was probably the stroke of his innings, just a push, and such was the timing. It raced away from Mohammad Wasim for a boundary. Sharkey, after hitting 2 boundaries and 2 balls, was dismissed the very next delivery to Mustafa. There was lots of critical momentum shifts in this innings, wasn't there?
Yes, there were. The partnership between Rohit Paudel and Bhim Sharkey was a good one. And after that, Rohit Paudel and Arif Sheikh put on a very good partnership to get Nepal to a respectable total. Then came in Gulshan Shah, who scored 37 of 32, and Arif Sheikh as well, 43 of 52.
Yeah, 5 boundaries for Arif Sheikh in what was a completely flawless innings until he was so unlucky to be dismissed by that full toss. The crowd got involved in a big way and got on top of UAE, caused plenty of misfields. Paudel showed his touch and his poise. And even though he took 111 balls to get his 77, they were critical runs. Arif Sheikh was much more fluent, batted beautifully, I felt. Paudel did start to improve in his innings, helped by some misfields in the deep, particularly Zara Farid, who didn't seem to have a good day. That was a slog sweep. He got away for 4. And then it was over to Gulshan Jah, who came in and played aggressively, struck at a strike rate over 100, hit 1 4 and 3 6s, which we'll see after this. And there was 3 boundaries along the ground for Deepinder Singh Ari to go alongside 2 6s. That shot in particular was outstanding. Fast hands, exploiting the gap in the field, out at extra cover. And one that was hit like a laser bullet through the leg side. There also was 5 maximums, 3 of them going to Gulshan Jah and 2 to Deepinder Singh Ari.
Yes, Gulshan Jah hitting that over long on for a 6 into the grass banks. Yet again, over long off to the crowd, almost taking a catch there. This was another maximum by him.
That was part of that chaotic 46th and 47th over where everything went right for Nepal, and we thought 275 might have been on the cards, but a late collapse despite that huge over. I think those 2 overs between them went for 36 runs. The 47th went for 21, the 46th went for 15. So a big swing there at the death with UAE fighting back. 10 wickets fell. Let's go and look at those.
Orthodox gonna start the proceedings for Nepal. Lalit Narayan Rajbangshi, a good left arm orthodox. That from UAE, starting off with a spinner with both the ends. There's a slip in place for Lalit. Backward point, cover point, short extra. The boundary riders are deep square leg and long off. Here's the first ball. Right on the money, Lalit. Nicely defended by Vritti Arvind. The second ball for Lalit Narayan Rajbangshi. Nicely flighted away. Vritti gave himself room, tried to play it inside out, but completely missed it. A big roar from the crowd. I think they want to attack Lalit. The pitch looks to be in a very good condition in the afternoon. Was nicely coming onto the bat when in the later part of the first innings. Nicely flighted again, but straight to mid-on. I think Lalit is trying to bowl a dream ball. It's not necessary. You can bowl dot balls to build up pressure on the UAE batsman. Arif Sheikh is on slips. There's a 45 behind the stump. Short mid-wicket. Right on the money again. The ball is not turning. It's going with the arm, but he's getting that drift into the right-hander. Lalit, 4 dot balls in a trot. Nice roll. That's completely cleaned him up. Beautiful delivery. Look at the crowd. The roar of the crowd. That's the first wicket for Nepal. Vritti Arvind played 5 deliveries without opening his account. Has to go back to the pavilion. What a delivery. The ball drifting in. Completely beaten. And clean him up. Lalit Narayan Rajbangshi. The first down for UAE. What a dream delivery by Lalit. Let's look at the replay again. The ball drifting in. Slight turn and middle stump. What a delivery. Look at him. The celebration of Lalit Narayan Rajbangshi. Vritti Arvind has to go for a knot. UAE. None for.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Lifebuoy hand wash le
Up in the air. That's a wicket maiden for Lalit Narayan Rajbangshi. The first over. UAE yet to open in their account, has already lost the first wicket.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Reroute.
changed. 33 wickets so far in this League 2 for Sompal. 29 matches. Economy rate is very good, under 5 runs per over. There's a slip and a gully. Backward point. Extra cover. Mid off. Mid on. Finding and third man. Ah, nicely bowled. Right on the money again. It was a very good decision by Rohit Podel to introduce spin in the first over. And Lalit has been able to take a wicket off Vritti Arvind, who was out for a duck facing 5 balls. A good start for Nepal, a dream start. And the crowd backing up the national side, the home side, Nepal. Oh, nicely bowled, good shape away from the right-hander. Right on the money, first 2 balls, Sompal Kami. UAE yet to open their account. Under pressure. My good friend Andrew Leonard is back here. Good afternoon, Lenny. What a first over.
Well, what did I miss? Just went for a quick walk and helping the Cricket Association of Nepal do a quick piece, and it was carnage up there, wasn't it? On the grass banks. Early blow, no runs on the board. But a wicket already to Nepal's name, as they know today it's must win. And the strength in their bowling, they'll believe 248 is enough.
Yes, that is why Lalit Rajvangshi has been in the playing 11 today. In his first over, with a new ball, has taken a wicket, cleaned up Vritti Arvind. What a delivery that was. Pitched on leg stump, turn and hit the middle stump. A top of middle stump.
I'm going to have to find a replay of that. Top edge, over the head of the keeper. Bounces on the Colonel's head of KFC and runs away for 4. There will be a boundary, not in full control though by any stretch of the imagination.
Yes, that was a very accurate bouncer by Sompal Kami, and aggression shown by Sompal Kami. That is what Siddiq did in the first innings for UAE. Look at that. Right on his helmet. Lucky got the outside edge over the keeper's head for a boundary. A lucky boundary for UAE. Oh, nicely flicked away, but straight to square leg. Oh, what a match. What a game this is. Look at the crowd. I think the grass banks is full, and there are more spectators coming in from the gate. What a dream start for Nepal. Defending 248.
Good finish from Sompal Kami. Just the boundary from the over. It's 4 for 1.
Goodwill Finance, financing for success since 1995.
प्रस्तुत छ बाथ सेन्स by Asian Paints. Cutting edge technology जसले दिन्छ perfect bathroom experience in every way. Bath Sense by Asian Paints, engineered to delight.
Interesting move, just the one over of Lalit Rajbanshi, a wicket taking over. And they go straight away to Dipender Singh Airi. Ball just angling down. Might be the pad, it's clipped. It is, given as leg byes.
Yeah, because of the left-hander, I think Rohit Podel brought in Dipender Singh Airi. Now Ashif Khan is on strike. A lucky boundary for him the last over. An accurate bouncer by Sompal Kami. Straight towards his face. It was rather a hook shot than he was taking an evasive action. Ashif Khan. Nicely punched off the back foot down to long on for a single.
And that little walk I had, I'll tell you something, Paresh. Blown away by the size of that crowd. Quite incredible. The energy, the fervour. Just so raw. Passion for the game here. It's brilliant to see. So heartening. So good for cricket. This isn't Australia, India. This isn't South Africa, England. This is Nepal versus UAE. Bowled him! Oh, Dipendra Singh Airi! The celebrations are flying! And UAE, they're starting with a collapse.
That was bowled a bit slower in the air by Devendra Singh, completely deceiving Lakra with the pace. And that was a very wrong choice of shot by Lakra, trying to play against the spin, against the line. And look at them, look at the celebrations of Devendra Singh Airi. Look at this slow through the air, ball not turning, going with the arm into the left-hander, clean ball. And look at Devendra Singh Airi. He didn't do a somersault today.
Well, he didn't need to, because he knows that this is just the start of the battle. The war is not won yet.
Goodwill Finance, financing for success since 1995.
छिटो भनेकै World's Link.
Stumps. And now it's the captain to the crease. And he's here because Dipendra Singh Airi has got through the attempted slog sweep of Aryan Lakra. We keep saying play the game, not the occasion. And right now, the UAE are guilty of playing the occasion. The fans, they're all over UAE. That's a big advantage, possibly for the first time in the match to the home side. 3 bowled, 6 for 2.
छिटो भनेकै World's Link.
Side, and for all their fans packed into this ground here. And if Sampal Kami can find a way past the highly dangerous Mohammad Wasim, we saw yesterday, I know it was a short innings, just how devastating he can be. That may well be an irrevocable advantage that Nepal will take. Wasim has changed his position in the order. He's dropped himself down to number 4. It's Asif Khan on strike at the moment. He's much more cautious and much more watchful to start with. Every single ball is getting cheered to the rafters here. 8 more good ones, and Nepal will be just 2 wins away from Zimbabwe.
Yes, and Sompal Kami looks to be in a very good rhythm. Every ball, every dot ball being cheered by the spectators. Slip and a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, the offside field. Another good back of the length, a hard ball, heavy ball by Sompal Kami. He looks in a very good rhythm today. A sharp bouncer the last over. He bowled his first over.
Why did Nepal bat first, having won the toss. Inside edge just evades the stumps. One of the reasons, I believe, is the fragility and the frailty in UAE's batting currently, their complete lack of confidence. Add that to the strength of Nepal's bowling, particularly the wicket-taking threat of Sandeep Lamachani since he's returned, and then you're using your stronger bow in the second half. They're almost preying on the minds of the Emirati batters. Still a lot of cricket to be played, but if it turns out to be a winning result, maybe it was the right decision after all.
Yes, I think that is why they want to expose the UAE batting on the second innings, giving them total to chase. I think that is why they batted first. Nepal, nicely bowled, getting that shape again. It was slightly fuller ball, tried to swing the ball away from the right-hander, Sompal Kami. Look at this again. Timed it nicely, just a punch, but straight to the bowler. Sompal Kami is very good off his own bowling. He took that blinder of a catch in the UAE series, the tri-series between these three teams, Nepal, PNG and UAE, last week.
Slower ball, change of pace as Wasim checks down his stroke, so he'll get off the mark. 2 singles from that over. It's 8 for 2.
This is another good change by Rohit Paudel. Brought in Devendra Singh from this end. He's taken the left-hander, now bringing back Lalit Rajbanshi, who took a wicket maiden in his first over, the first over of the innings. There's a slip in place. It's a similar field that he's got in the first over.
And having bowled a wicket maiden to start with, man called back into the team today, has really answered his captain's call. He comes up against the formidable Mohammad Wasim, the new captain of UAE. Hit sixes for fun, but he's got a completely different record, an indifferent record in ODI cricket compared to T20Is. So nearly bowls him. How is this missed, Paresh? Wasim looks for the big shot, it wasn't there to be hit, and I think it's purely missed on bounce, and bounce alone, right over the top of off stump.
Yes, exactly, almost kissing the bails. How lucky is Mohammad Wasim?
Flatter through the air, Wasim can't beat mid-wicket. The average is just 18 in this format. You might look at that record from 28 innings and say he's not a threat. Perfect length, so beautifully bowled by Rajbanshi. It's getting better and better since his return from injury. Help down the ground and taken! Lalit Rajbanshi's the man to send this crowd into complete euphoria. They're all on a pylon on the pitch now, and the UAE are in tatters. They've lost their captain, and they're 8 for 3.
What a delivery by Lalit Narayan Rajbanshi. His second wicket in his second over. Look at this. Got the inside part of the bat. Mohammad Wasim didn't time it, and easier catches to Kushal Bhurtel, who doesn't drop those. Deep trouble. UAE chasing this. Wasim gone for one. UAE 8 for 3.
finest technology. जसले दिन्छ perfect bathroom experience. Bath Sense by Asian Paints. Engineered to delight.
And he looks disconsolate, and he's wondering, where has it all gone wrong for UAE? Not the shot to take on. It really wasn't. Straight to Bertel. And he's delighted to take the catch, and they're all on their feet in the crowd. My oh my. The inconceivable, the unimaginable, the impossible. The dream is very much alive. And it's alive thanks to every member of this Nepal squad, not anyone in particular. Every one of them has answered a call when they've needed to through these 10 games. The youngster comes to the crease now under quite phenomenal pressure. It's back-to-back wicket maidens for Lalit Rajbanshi. What a change it's been back into the team. We may, I may be wrong, we may have a 7-ball over here. No, we don't. We've got 1 ball to come. Not a wicket maiden just yet. Our graphics guys deceiving me.
You can see the nervousness on the youngster's eyes. He's very tentative. Nicely bowled and nicely played. It's yet another wicket maiden for Bangshi. UAE 8 for 3.
केही फरक पर्दैन मैले सिटिजन लाइफको क्रिटिकल केयर प्लस लिएको छु जसले रोग लागेको थाहा हुने बित्तिकै 50 लाखसम्मको औषधि उपचार खर्च दिन्छ
उपचार खर्च अब सिटिजन लाइफले गर्छ
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
So 5 overs have been bowled. Could not imagine or dream a better start for the Rhinos, the men from Nepal. Feather of an outside edge. Is it? Is the question? It is! Oh, that's number 4! Listen to that noise! Listen to the roar! They're throwing their jackets up in the crowd! Nepal of UAE in tatters!
What a perfect delivery by Sompal Kami. Slight movement off the air and off the pitch to the right hander. Got the feather off the bat and it was cleanly taken by Asif Sheikh. Look at that. It's moving after pitching. And a smart catch by Asif Sheikh. I told you Sompal Kami is in a very good rhythm today. Look at his celebration. A copyright celebration for Sompal Kami. Look at the crowd. Ecstatic.
Well, the occasion has been all too much for UAE. They're being blitzed away here. Head in hand stuff on the sideline. Khan, he's gone for 6. It's 8 for 4.
Look at this again, a perfect delivery outside off stump. He immediately knew Sompal Kami, there's a feather on the bat. And Asif Sheikh taking the catch in front of him, a smart catch taken by him. UAE in deep trouble, in dire straits.
ग्लो हो मेरो पावर यसैले म गर्छु मेरो ग्लो को पावर अप हरेक दिन नयाँ लक्स को साथ जैस्मिन को सुगंध र बदाम को तेल युक्त चम्किलो त्वचाको लागि लक्स
It's down already inside 6 overs. Oh, nicely bowled. I think he's appealing for the pat first, but I think that was outside the line of off stump. Oh, Nepal charging up, and the 12th man for the national side, the crowd, they're backing their team.
Well, just a question. I think Sompal Kami knew there was a big inside edge in it. Measure the pulses right now. Everyone in this stadiums, everyone including ours, Paresh, the heartbeats, they're going 90. And you're not going to be able to keep them down if the wickets keep tumbling. 2 men on 0 at the crease. UAE 8 for 4. Sandeep Lamachani has not even bowled a ball yet. It's the combination of Kami, Irie, Rajbanshi. I go back to my point. Every member of this squad, the squad before in Dubai, the squad here in Kathmandu on home soil, they've all answered the call. When they've been needed, they've stepped up to be counted. Floods into the pad again. An appeal, not out. It's come off the pad. The fans can't believe it. That was nearly as big a cheer as the 4 wickets.
Look at what wicket does to a bowler. From the first over that Sompal Kami bowled, yeah, it was right from the thigh pad. Bhim Sharkey there appealing as if that was off the bat. And the crowd loving it, loving every ball of it.
Think of the impact this is having, not just for cricket in the country, for the country in general. Incredible scenes here in Kathmandu. Good shape left alone by Mustafa. Every ball is an event. Nepal, like so many countries, did it hard during the pandemic. They lost loved ones. They were traumatized by months and months of lockdowns, a loss of economic growth to the country, no tourists able to come in. And many people wondered, will we ever see scenes like this again? But this is how important the cricket team is to this country, to the national identity, to the very essence of being within Nepal. And the joy is back in a big way. And to be a small part of this, Paresh, I think both you and I feel very lucky. This is the only show in town. It's the national cricket team. And think about the generation of boys and girls, nieces and nephews and sons and daughters that are being inspired all the way across this great country. The next Sompal Kami or the next Asif Sheikh, they're watching on, and they too want to dream one day. This is driven, but straight to the man. It's another wicket maiden. It's 8 for 4.
XH Simplified Technology.
यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनुहोला। यति कार्पेट, कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
Pick any holiday destination and we'll have an exciting trip organized for you. Choose from a plethora of exotic destinations to fulfill your cravings for rejuvenation and exploration. Group 6.
Lalit Narayan Rajvanshi is going to continue from the pavilion end. 2 overs, 2 wickets, hasn't given a single run. What a figure for Bangshi. Playing today, did not play the other day against PNG. Oh, nicely bowled inside edge. There was a fielder there to catch the ball. Oh. Almost got a hand to it.
Good captaincy again from Rohit Paudel, getting that short leg into place, attacking. That's something I don't think Mohammad Wasim did well enough when he had Nepal in all sorts of trouble. He had them at 22 for 3. Even 15, 20 overs later than that, Nepal were still scoring at less than 3 and over. He never really went all out attack. Paudel is teaching his older, more wise captain the opposite number. He's teaching him a few lessons here. Get on the attack, trust your bowlers. A reminder, Lamachani hasn't even got the ball yet.
Yeah, Lalit bowling that very good length. Like I always say, length is after the single, 2 dot balls for him in his 3rd over. What a bowling, what a member change in the playing 11. Resting Karan Casey and bringing in Lalita and Rajvangshi.
Thuds into the pad, but it's pitched outside leg. Good decision. Buddy Pradhan won't be conned, and you can understand why they've appealed. It's probably going to go on and hit the stumps, and you'll see it even more clearly from this angle. It's the arm ball, may hit the off stump, pitched outside leg. Good call, despite the appeal from all three. Rajbanshi was the change that we wanted. We wanted him into the team, and look at the impact he's made.
And even Gulshan Jaya brought into the playing 11. You can clearly see that ball is pitching outside leg stump, and it would have missed off stump. That was nice shot by Mustafa. Get off the mark with a boundary.
Whether he's a pantomime villain or not today, Rohan Mustafa will relish this occasion. And if there's one man who could drag UAE back into this game, that's him. Talented player, bat ball and in the field, and a fierce competitor. First boundary for him. Attempts to sweep the crowd, reacting to everything. 7 bowled, a smile for Rajbanshi. It's 13 for 4.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
He's been right on the money. He's been outstanding. Yeah, wherever you're watching from, whether it be here in Nepal or around the world, I've seen something pretty special here, I have to say. The kind of thing you want to show your son, your daughter, your niece, your nephew, your sister, your brother. It just doesn't get any better than this in terms of cricketing atmospheres around the world. There's such a fervour, but the way in which the Nepali national side are responding to that, so at this performance, at the run that they've been on since the appointment of Monty Desai. We say Monty ball somewhat in jest, Paresh. It means more than that. Right on top now. Take a win here. Two good performances. One tomorrow against Papua New Guinea, and one on Thursday in front of what is going to be a sold-out crowd on what some are speculating might be a national holiday. They're talking about the government saying, right everyone, take a day off, get behind the cricket team, and they're off to the Cricket World Cup qualifier with ODI status secured.
Yeah, that will be a very good gesture by the government if Thursday will be announced a public holiday. Again, nicely bowled. Didn't get the middle of the bat, got the toe of the bat, tried to hit it hard. Ayan Khan, 17-year-old all-rounder, a very good cricketer, Ayan Khan, for UAE. A very good find for UAE as well. 4 dot balls on a trot. Sompal Khami is in very good rhythm today. He's a very good athlete as well, fields well, bats well, and bowls extremely well. Look at him. Look at his run-up. Oh, very good bouncer.
Well, the youngster was right up on his tippy toes trying to hook that. There's some of the dignitaries. Sharad Vasakar at the back, the former international player in the yellow top, and also all of the... Oh, look at that. Look who's next to him. Is it me or is that Shakti Gochan? There he is, the legend, the greatest left-arm spinner maybe of all time, alongside Vasanta Regmi. He's always smiling. And a big shout out to him, the work he's doing at his cricket academy. It's not here in Kathmandu, it's somewhere in one of the provinces. an inspiration.
It's in Lumbini province, Bhairawa to be exact. That was in cutter by Sompal Kami. 5 consecutive dot balls for him. Yeah, he's done a very good job, Sakti Gauchan. Yet another maiden over for Sompal Kami. It's 13 for 4.
यही पहिचान यो देशको यही आयाम यो राष्ट्रको संवाहक हो यो शान्तिको चिनारी हो यो नेपालीको पाइला उन्नतिको गर्व यो देशको गौरव नेपालीको प्रतीक यो शान्तिको.
Up the steps, but what a dichotomy, what a different picture if we look to our left. Look at the UAE dugout. Not a happy camp. Ahmed Raza, the former captain. Where's Robin Singh? There he is. The body language, it again paints a picture, doesn't it just? And the youngsters, they don't know where to look. Is there any way back into this game for the UAE?
Well, Rohan Mustafa and Ayan Khan, they have to play out of their skins to get their team out of trouble. Nicely bowled, a quicker one going with the arm, a quick single taken by Rohan Mustafa. A very smart bowler, Devendra Singh Aire. The way he batted, his strike rate was 200 exact, 30 of 15 balls. After that, he got out on 33 of 17.
Hottest tickets in town all of a sudden, aren't they? Clubbed away. Good pickup shot he's going to get. Good reward. Gone all the way for 6. This young all-rounder is a...
Down to mid-wicket region for the maximum. Played it on the offside, straight to the fielder. 7 runs off this over so far.
Tries to repeat the dose through the offside. Little counter-attack, just a 1-2 jab. That's a good stroke from Ayan Afzal Khan. 17 years of age, he's proving to be a thorn in the side. 11 runs from the over. It's 24 for 4.
तपाईको कपालमा कसको हुकुम चल्छ? स्प्लिट एन्ड्सको जेट या हेयर फलको फैसला? हेयर प्रब्लम्स मतलब हेयर ड्यामेज. डभको 1/4 मोइस्चराइजिङ मिल्क र केराटिन एक्टिभ्सले कपाललाई भित्रैदेखि रिपेयर गर्छ. अब सुन्दर लहलहाउँदो कपाल जसमा चल्छ केवल तपाईको मर्जी. डभ.
गुडविलमै छ विश्वास जनताको, गुडविलमै हो साथी सफलताको.
Boundaries from the youngster. But with this being the last over of the power play, how long before Rohit Powdell says, right, Ayan Afzal Khan, you've done it to my off spinner, can you do it to Sandeep Lamachani?
Yes, it's about time. This is the last over of the first power play. I bet you Sandeep Lamachani will come in very quickly to show his magic with the ball.
Bouncer given us the one for the over as Mustafa ducks underneath it. Just a quick word about the two umpires, given how tensions flared a little bit in the first innings and umpiring in front of such a massive crowd. Did a really good job.
Yes, they have. These two umpires, they have done a terrific job in front of this huge crowd. Probably 15 to 17,000 people in the ground, and 3 to 4,000 outside the wall. You can see there, all covered away, and even there are 1 or 2,000 on the trees, below the trees on the
very hard to get across how many are outside the ground. You see a few of them there. All the way along the white wall, up in the first hill, up in the trees, behind the back walls. Good leave, good confident leave from Mustafa. Kami sticks out the tongue. And they are building this up to a day that won't be forgotten. This is Super Sunday. If they can get through Monday tomorrow, what is Thursday going to be like, Paresh?
Dynamite. Look at Sompal sticking his tongue out.
Nicely driven. No is the call. Mustafa has that little habit of just taking a stutter step.
Yes, that is what he does after playing a shot. He takes a couple of steps. That confuses the non-striker. 5 dot balls for Sompal Kami in his 5th over. Look at his economy rate, 6 for 1. Looks to be in a very good rhythm today. I think that is going to be called a wide. No, that's the over. Yet another maiden for Sompal Kami after 10, UAE 24 for 4.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Litmus cable quality में number 1 होने को राज हो advanced German technology. Litmus cable quality में number 1.
Lalit Narayan Rajvangshi to continue from the pavilion end. He was hit for a 6 and a 4 in the last over he bowled. Oh, that was Dipender Singh Airi. Was hit for 6 and a 4 by Ayan Khan. Nicely tossed up by Lalit, and equally well played by Ayan, a very talented youngster, 17-year-old for UAE. He got the breakthrough for UAE. Oh, nicely cut away, but straight to extra cover. Got a hand to it. Dipender Singh Airi. He's a live wire in the field, the defender. Now Rohan Mustafa on strike. Let's see what the left-hander does to a left-arm orthodox. Nicely bowled outside off stump. The ball is not turning. It's going with the arm.
Amazing, despite that boundary from Mustafa, he's got just 1 off the remaining 19 deliveries he's faced. Very watchful to start with. Can be aggressive, but he's just struggling to rotate the strike here. And with Nepal's ground fielding having been excellent, when I mean excellent, I know they were disappointed with their catching in the first game where they put down 5 against Papua New Guinea. It's going to mean that there won't be many quick singles available. Mustafa was very nearly involved in a horrible run out against Papua New Guinea as well. As Rajbanshi is again on the money. Great to see him back to his best. Those watching might not know just how bad an injury it was, how long he was out for. Injury, and you then dream of days like these. He's got 2 for 6. It's 25 for 4.
यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनुहोला। यति कार्पेट, कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Really critical man in helping to grow the game in Nepal, founder and CEO of the Everest Premier League, and also a huge presence, the former international, a very popular man. And there's probably no better view in the ground, no surprise to see Amir and Tipu up there.
Yes, Sunday Blamachani, the Tiger, is into the attack with his Shaolin look. Yeah, this is a very good move. The right-hander on strike, a youngster.
Well, how will the youngster respond? He did hit those two boundaries off Iree, but Lamachani will be a different prospect. And you and I had a good long chat to him before the start of play today, and he just seems in a happy place back playing international cricket and in good control. What was pleasing to see, I think it's tangible, the difference in his bowling variety since he's returned. He's bowling a lot more leg breaks, and as a consequence I think he's looking a lot more threatening. Drags that one down, going to be 4, poor delivery. The youngster continues to shine, 4 runs to the total.
Yeah, he tried to bowl a googly there, but got the wrong line down to the leg stump. Dragged it short as well. Nicely put away by the youngster. There was a 45, but beating that into the Sting energy drink hoarding.
Nicely flighted leg break protection out there. Will juggle and tidy up. Probably should have been 2, but Mustafa's running between the wickets. Has been tardy. They will get a second because of the deflection off the stumps. The throw came in flat and hard and just kissed the stumps to cost Nepal a second.
Since 1995.
Not sure what Rohan Mustafa is not too happy with here. As Asif Sheikh smiles and knows that his side are on top. I want to get past Mustafa though. As Iree's the change in bowling to bowl his third. Batting now just in the cap with the two spinners in tandem.
Yes, Devendra Singh Aire will fancy bowling to the left-hander. Nicely tossed up, but straight to short mid. No run. Every dot ball is going to build up pressure to Mustafa. He's played 25 deliveries for 5 runs. Oh, nicely bowled again. The ball going with the arm, got the inside edge down to 45 for a single. Talking about the young Ayan Khan, he's 18 of 20. He has been the bulk of the scoring.
He already got a ODI 50 to his name, 17 years old, averaging 27 with the bat. And maybe arguably the most consistent bowler over the last 4 to 6 weeks for the UAE. What a gem they have unearthed. At the age of 17, remember his name, won't you? Ayan Afzal Khan. Prodigious young talent, and that's what this league has allowed, the development of young talents like Ayan Afzal Khan, like Gulshan Kumar Jha, like Kushal Malla. It's given them regular international cricket to play and show what they can do, as that one keeps a bit low, beats the cut shot, 13 bowled, 33 for 4.
छिटो भनेकै World's Link.
For Sandeep Lamachani, he just needs to control his emotions, hit some good areas, and he's going to create chances. Youngster down the crease, doesn't quite get to the pitch. So much like the delivery to the one he got Riley Hakore with in the first game. He nearly sees the back of Ayan Khan, who's lucky not to be stumped.
Yeah, this is because the last ball that he bowled, Lamichhane, it was a beautiful leg spinner bowled by Lamichhane, and he's intimidating the youngster. That is why I think Ayan came down the track, tried to heave him over, long on, tried to play against the spin.
Gets great revolutions on the ball, Lamichhane. I'd like to see him stick with the leg break for the moment. Now, what's he going to do to Mustafa will be interesting. Will he come over the wicket or will he come around? And these two
Valtapa, the youngster, is here. Oh, almost gets a single off the back foot.
What an absolute pressure cooker for the youngster to come into the team today, Ashwant Valtapa. Had a mixed day with the gloves. Some good moments, some bad moments. In at number 7. Lovely leg break, nicely flighted, but a little bit too full, so Khan gets it down the ground. It's a 17-year-old holding the UAE together. They're 36 for 5.
Boy hand wash le marcha 99.9.
They've got to get up to finally turn things around and pick up a win over Nepal.
Yeah, bowling has never been a problem for Nepal. Nicely driven down the ground for a single by Valtapa. After 15, UAE 44 for 5.
Warm services to delight your senses. Taking hospitality to newer heights. Nepal Airlines.
यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला। यति कार्पेट, कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
अति रीति नै छ, बैंकको धन सकिनै छ।
केही फरक पर्दैन। मैले सिटिजन लाइफको क्रिटिकल केयर प्लस लिएको छु, जसले रोग लागेको थाहा हुने बित्तिकै 50 लाख सम्मको औषधि उपचार खर्च दिन्छ।
यो उपचार खर्च अब सिटिजन लाइफले गर्छ।
Replaced by CP Rizwan, who's now been usurped and replaced by Mohammad Wasim. There is Shakti Gochan. Shakti, the power Gochan, alongside Sharad Vasakar. Icons. It's always nice to see the former internationals here supporting the national side. They'll be getting as much joy from this as anyone. Might even hear a few thoughts from Sharad in the commentary box in the coming days. I'll tell you more about it in a little bit, Paresh, but I'm not going to be able to be with you for all of tomorrow's game. And I know you're going to look after things in my absence, aren't you?
Yes, Lenny, definitely, but I'm going to miss you. You'll be back here. And meanwhile, Sandeep Lamishani hasn't found that rhythm yet. He has to bowl a maximum of leg spinners to the right-hander and slip one googly outside off stump, pitching outside off stump.
That's the googly angled in, well picked by the youngster, this 17-year-old. I know UAE are being heavily beaten here right now. I can't remember a youngster looking more comfortable or more mature in international cricket. He's even just having a chat to the Sheikh brothers there. That keeper and slip. Googly picked and nicely driven for what should be just the single. Speaking of Lamachani though, what a record he's got. Look at this in Cricket World Cup League 2 alone. Already 65 wickets, and of course he missed at least a full series, didn't he? But if we look at his overall ODI record, he now, with that wicket of Mustafa, has 92 in 39 appearances. Fastest ever to 100 ODI wickets. Did it in 44. Who was it, Paresh? Another leg spinner.
Rashid Khan from Afghanistan.
Do you look these things up before I quiz you, or do you know them?
I know that.
That's the quicker one from Lamachani. End of the 16th over. It's still going nowhere, UAE. 46.
Congestion ahead.
Go down in India and on Cantabor HD TV live. Delighted to hear a few thoughts coming to us from the Emirates. We'll hear more from this man over the coming days as well.
UAE cricket follower, but unbelievable scenes here. Another incredible day at this ground. I think you said you've never seen a crowd like this, and you've seen a few of them.
I think for me it's the biggest ever. Possibly that Everest Premier League final crowd back in 2018 would run it close, and I think it was a series against Kenya about 13 years ago that might have rivaled it. We'd have to ask Paresh Lahani about that, but it's not just the size of it, it's the exuberance, the energy. It's been a frenzy since Rohan Mustafa and Rohit Podo had their altercation earlier in the first innings. There's been a real edge to it. It's been absolutely brilliant. It's been engrossing cricket, certainly from Nepal's point of view. Chipped just wide of the backward point fielder. Engrossing's the right word. And what was Rohan Mustafa thinking? He almost just sparked the crowd up just when UAE were on top.
Yeah, that's exactly what it did. And there's a bleak scene there. It's a pretty depressed dressing room at the best of times at the moment. And crikey, this does not qualify as the best of times. It is bleak for UAE.
Driven down the ground by Farid for a single. Incredible how Nepal have turned this around from 22 for 3, having won the toss and chosen to bat first. Many, both on social media, many around the ground, couldn't believe that Nepal changed their tactic, where they've been chasing so successfully for that clean sweep of the series here in Kathmandu against Scotland and Namibia. Just decided to change things. It's just a single to close out the 17th over. Score now, 50's come up, it's 50 for 6. And crumble in a big way. Farid cleaned up.
That is just sums up the performance from UAE, really. Nothing much in this delivery from Lamachane. Just a length ball, doesn't really turn, just placed there really. Farid, a nothing shot, hitting over the top of it, missed it by a mile.
And Fareed bowled for 2. It's 51 for 7.
Placed as the captain. He's back here now on this tour, having retired earlier in the week. He's now the assistant coach of this side, but they changed the captain. They changed the captain again. They changed the 11 every time. There seems to be zero joined up thinking.
Yeah, also the batting order seems to change almost with great regularity. Mohammed Wasim's opened and now he was at number 4 today.
Yep, they hadn't changed the opening partnership for about 2 or 3 games, so clearly that needed to change, like everything always seems to in this side. Searching for answers, but haven't found any. In fact, they've just created more questions, I think.
The really shocking thing is, we speak about the brilliance of the UAE and the Emirates Cricket Board development programme, how strong their under-19s have been with men's and women's cricket, the brilliant facilities across the UAE, and the potential growth for the game there seemed unrivaled. It's all come tumbling down over the course of 6 months. 18 gone, 53 for 7. I think it's the first trip we had here together. There's some of the gathered can dignitaries, the president, the secretary, the acting secretary, former secretary, and indeed the treasurer on the left there, Roisin. In the first game against Papua New Guinea. It's a much different atmosphere today. The first time you and I came together here, we just said we couldn't believe it. Driven nicely. They'll get through for the single despite the best efforts of the fielder, who slips. The captain, wholehearted an effort as always. Where is the ceiling for Nepali cricket, the potential for the game here?
Crikey, Len, you do ask some tough questions. A young team currently, but they're often, frequently, like I just saw it in Ajman last week, the under-19 side, they're outstanding too, and it always seems to be the case that there are talented young players coming through. It's always been the issue is managing that, harnessing it, and having everybody pull in the right direction at the senior team level. I think currently they've got a brilliant coming. It's early days, it's only been a month or so, is it, that Monty Desai's here. They've got, I think, the ideal coach for them, who's making a real difference.
Seems significantly calmer than maybe some of the other coaches around the world, and he's got harmony in the dressing room, which you cannot overvalue.
Yeah, that is crucial, I think. He seems to be an eternal optimist. Why wouldn't he be at the moment, given how things are going? He's got a lovely demeanour about him. He writes on the dressing room board, on the board in the dressing room, whenever he gets to any dressing room where his team are playing, he always writes happy dressing room on there, and he writes something in Hindi, and it's just escaped me what it is. It's something like stay together, and he seems to be a real sort of energising force, Monty Desai.
Driven nicely through the cover. It's going to be 4. Good stroke from Ashwant Valtapa. Talented youngster, another one coming through the UAE ranks. Tell us about him.
Yeah, in actual fact, got quite a nice story in that these two players batting together are the closest of friends, Ashwant Valtapa and Kartik Mayappa, and they're from the same place originally, even though they've lived their whole lives in the UAE. They're from Chennai, they speak the same language. It's a lovely drive through extra cover here from Ashwant. In actual fact, so they came through the same under-19 side together for the UAE, and they've actually got similar tattoos on their left arm, on their arms. They sort of did that after they started it after success with the under-19. It's quite a nice story, actually. Come back to that after this delivery. So obviously they're both pretty young. Ashwant's parents were none too pleased about the idea that he was going to get a tattoo, and he actually said to them, but Kartik's getting one. And they were like, oh, Kartik, he's such a lovely boy. Yeah, if he's getting one, you can have one.
And that's almost the dichotomy of looking in, certainly from an outsider's viewpoint, at Emirati cricket at the moment. There's so many good things happening. ILT 20 inaugural edition. Obviously the T10 League is continuing to grow there in Abu Dhabi. And we've seen Mohammad Wasim outstanding in T20I cricket. The young talent, you and I think the world of young Veritia Aravind. I know he's going through a rough patch, but you combine that with Ayan Afzal Khan, with Aryan Lakra, with the young leg spinner Kartik Mayappa, who took that hat-trick at the T20 World Cup. This is the makings, not just of a good team, but maybe of the best associate side out there. Instead, they've got themselves in an awful tangle. They're almost certain to finish 6th now. If they go to Namibia and lose ODI status, that would be a hammer blow.
Yeah, and it's the tip of the spear. It's what everybody sees, the national team. Run down to third man by Ashwant. What you say, there is so much good about UAE cricket. Youth development is excellent. There's lots of, obviously, the facilities are the envy of many test-playing nations. There's so much good, but when you see this, that is what people see and what people are wary of. So they really need, they need a big about turn with this team, because if they lose ODI status, that's massive.
I'm guilty. And I went along with that one too. Great to see the youngsters in. You talk about the next generation being inspired. Where else would you want to be in the world? It's a working day today as Dipender Singh Airi comes back into the attack down to Kushal Malla. What's impressed you the most about this run of what could be 9 wins from 10 games under Monty Desai for Nepal?
Well, I suppose just the all-roundness of it, really, because they've won games in different ways. Just the confidence that's exuded from the team, sort of effervescence, like you've got Dipender Singh.
Always spoken about him as being a phenomenal athlete. I didn't know he could do that. Real hang time.
Yeah, I'm assuming he must have been a gymnast in a previous guise because it was incredible. Absolutely spot on. Yeah, he's saying about the gifts. A colleague of mine at the paper at the National, Chris Whiteoak, got the sequence and it was just right.
There's not many finer photographers than Chris Whiteoak. Really, Ian Jacobs here, we were lucky to have him. From Scotland, young Sajan Lamachan, he's making a real name for himself here in Nepal as well. You've been in and around the city as well. You're staying up towards Tamil. I know, Paul, such a buzz about this national side. It really seems to be the only show in town at the moment. End of the 21st over. One run comes off that at 62 for 7. How would you...
Boy hand wash le marcha 99.9% bacteria र virus.
Yeah, I think it's the envy of everybody else. Certainly UAE players, as much stick as Rahan Mustafa and Kartik Mayapan as well, were getting out on the field earlier on today. They absolutely love coming here and playing.
And we got a few messages on social media giving out about Rohan Mustafa, but you gotta love a pantomime villain. He was adding to the tale, and even Kartik Mayapan turning to the crowd and shushing them down and asking them, "Where's your noise now?" Love to see that. Play this game for the joy of it. It's fun, it's entertainment. Chipped and going to be taken. Gulshan Jah now strikes as Val Thapa hits it straight to Airi. He's never going to drop that.
Yeah, Val Thapa, well, 14 qualifies as a good score in this UAE innings today, but it's another limp giveaway. Chipped up to mid-on. And it is all over by the shouting, really.
And Paul, I know you've got to go and file copy, so I'll say thanks so much for your thoughts. I'll hopefully hear from you over the next day or two.
Yeah, good stuff. Thanks, Lenny. I'll speak to you tomorrow.
Thanks, mate. That's Paul Radley of the National Newspaper. Has to dash down to file his copy for the paper that could be sooner rather than later.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting.
won the first game and in line to win the second one and to preserve their ODI status. Gulshan Shah doing a good job here. Oh, inside edge. Down to fine leg just for a single. Sandeep Lamachani, the fielder there. Mapping on 3 of 11 and Junaid Siddiq opens his account with that inside edge. In the other hand, UAE in deep trouble, 63 for 8. Under 25 overs, not even the halfway stage.
It's going to go over the top. Don't get me wrong, Paresh. Nepal have been excellent, exceptional, but the timidness with which UAE have fallen over with, it's been really a sad indictment of where their cricket is at right now. Shots like that, just not good enough.
Yeah, it's just not good enough. It started off in the first over when Lalit Narayan Rajbanshi took a wicket in his 6th ball of the first over. It all started from there. Batting collapse again for UAE.
Down the ground, going to get enough of it just to get it over the heads of mid-off and mid-on. Young Karthik Mayappan is a good little batter. He's more than just a bowler who bats a bit. He's an all-rounder, and he gets 4 straight down the ground.
Yeah, it was cleanly hit straight, full face of the bat. The fielders are inside the circle, only just bouncing inside the circle. Almost got a maximum, a clean hit by him. UAE require plenty of those.
Bouncer from Jah, not too happy with being hit down the ground. For UAE, defeat today will condemn them to 6th place no matter what happens in their final 2 matches. They'll purely be playing for pride and trying to find a way to turn things around. There's joy too for the USA. The USA currently in a training camp in Karnataka and Bangalore down in India, and they'll be watching on and saying thank you very much Nepal, thank you very much Papua New Guinea, because they have enough points on the board now to be guaranteed 5th place. Good pick-up shot, that's going to be 4 more I think. Got enough of it, may happen to the rope. Cannons into the advertising hoardings. 2 boundaries in that over alongside the wicket. The score moves now to 71 for 8.
Look at the crowd, look at the flag they've brought out, the Nepali flag, the unique Nepali flag, 2 triangles. Swing and a miss by Junaid Siddiq. Kushal Malla hasn't bowled yet. Another wicket-taking bowler, left-arm orthodox.
Yeah, surprised he hasn't had a bowl yet, but Rajbanshi's been so good. Exceptional, in fact. He might just be thinking there's a chance for a 5-wicket haul here. Numbers 10 and Jack to get by. Siddiq never holds back, does he? Puts into the pad, surely, number 4, Lalit Rajbanshi. Oh, what a performance from the left arm spinner. He set the tone at the top. by cleaning up Viridia Araband. Now he sees the back of Sadiq. He's one away from a fifer. What a change. What a call to bring the left arm spinner in. UAE nowhere to be seen.
That was plumb in front by Lalit Narayan Rajbanshi. Look at this. Dead straight. It would have crashed in off in middle. And what a player change in the playing 11. Bringing in Lalit Narayan Rajbanshi in place of Karan Casey and bringing in Gulshan Jha in place of Ganendra Malla. That's all about Monty Ball. Junaid. UAE 71 for 9.
Look at this, plumb as they come. It's going to hit the top of middle stump. Rajbanshi knew it. Sheikh, he was just celebrating joyously. Delight into the air. Here we go, back live. Big appeal. No, not this time. Not yet. Lalit Rajbanshi.
Yes, he's looking for a fifer here. Lalit Narayan Rajbanshi. What a player change by Monty Desai, bringing in Lalit in the playing 11. Has taken 4 wickets, giving away only 20 runs in his 8th over. Dot. Wicket. Dot. Can we see a wicket again?
Pure ecstasy here at this ground today for everyone involved. For UAE, they must be already getting ready to conduct the post-mortem. They're going to have to turn it around, not just in the final 2 games, where all they can really do is play spoil sports, because those wins won't matter. But down in Namibia at that playoff, they don't get their act together quickly. Canada and Jersey will come chomping at their heels and want to rob ODI status from them. And there's a Nepali connection there. Pabudu Dasanayake, the head coach of Canada, of course. Big shot down the ground, man out there. Victory for Nepal. 5 wickets for Lalit Rajbanshi. Bertel roars. Lalit runs. And every man, woman, boy and girl are on their feet. Nepal, excellent, inspired, 177 run victors. And they are 2 games away from sealing their place in Zimbabwe. And look at that scene. UAE guaranteed now in 6th, and Nepal have made it 9 from 10, and they dare to dream again.
What a performance by the national team of Nepal, the home side, winning the game by 177 runs, a very big margin, thrashed UAE out of the park. And look at Lalit Narayan Rajbanshi kissing the turf again. His fifer has bowled very well, and look at the chant of the crowd. They're chanting Nepal, Nepal. 9 out of 10 wins for them. They have retained the ODI status. Now 2 more to go.
You're spot on. ODI status was goal number 1, set by Monty Desai, set by Rohit Powdell. Look at the joy for Rajbanshi. Phenomenal, phenomenal performance. Monty Desai and Rohit Powdell, primarily thanks to their captain. That innings, it was so critical of 77. They've retained ODI status. Monty Desai made 2 huge calls. He left out Karan KC and Ganendra Malla today. Brought in Rajbanshi. Rajbanshi's answered it with a 5-wicket haul. Marvellous catch from a tumbling, beautiful Bertel. And the UAE are bowled out, routed for 71. beaten out of sight by 177 runs. We haven't seen many results like this in League Two. They've tended to be very closely run affairs. And every man and woman, every boy and girl is leaving this ground happy and delighted. Monty Desai, he's 2 away from pulling off one of the great and most improbable comebacks in cricketing history, and certainly in the history of Nepal. 2 more to go tomorrow and Thursday, and they're off to Zimbabwe.
Yeah, it has been a dream come true for Nepal, and you can see the Cricket Association dignitaries of the guests. You can see the president, Chatur Bahadur Chand, and the general manager, Britant Khanal, as well. Look at the players. Look at Lalit. He's taken the ball. 5-wicket haul for him. What a tremendous effort by the national team of Nepal, beating UAE by 177 runs. And look at that. The man of the moment, Monty Desai, the Monty ball.
Now, as a coach, you're judged by your big calls, your big decisions. And he took 2 huge ones today. He left out 2 of his very most experienced players, and a pat on the head and a thank you for the head curator and all the ground staff as always. I still think Nepal would have liked maybe 20 or 30 more runs, but 248, it wasn't just enough, it was more than enough.
Yes, it was more than enough. Monty Desai, as always, he goes in the middle after the game. After winning the game, he thanks all the curator, the grounds personnel. He's looking at the pitch. This is the VVIP area.
Well, I just thought Monty Desai might have given the turf a kiss there. Maybe he'll do that on Thursday if they take 2 more wins. Remember, UAE have almost nothing to play for. Let's get a camera over to this Nepali side, because they're going on a lap of honour. We'll see if we can bring you these pictures. Every single fan has stayed in this ground. Let's get a camera over to the team taking in a lap of honour. This has been something they've done from every performance. Thanks. And after what was a slightly stranger atmosphere versus Papua New Guinea, the cauldron of joy, of exuberance, as Sandeep Lamachani throws something into the crowd to be caught. A little keepsake for someone is being fought over. The joy is back and the belief is there. The hope of a win tomorrow on Monday will build it all up perfectly for Thursday. My oh my, 11 from 12 were needed. Just 2 more to go.
Yes, what a joyful moment for Nepal. And look at the spectators. Every single player of the squad walking towards the boundary line, thanking the spectators for their support. They've played a very big role in this game as a 12th man. They've made it possible for Nepal to win this game. They were in deep trouble inside the first power play. 20 odd runs for 3 wickets. That is when the crowd, the 12th man of the team, supported and got 248 in the last, and that was too big for UAE to chase down. Excellent scenes here, and you can see Sharad Vaiswakar and his son.
That's lovely to see. Touching moments as a former international out in the middle, and as they get to the most packed part of the crowd, extraordinary scenes. They really are beautiful, joyous. I'm not sure what Pratish GC has thrown in there. Might be a bottle of Sting energy drink that one of the fans is getting to take home. Look at the flags flying high, posters, adoration, kisses from the crowd. Exceptional.
Truly exceptional. And Sompal Kami is having a wonderful time there, dancing around for the spectators. The whole squad is there with the security personnel around them, and the photographers there You can see the assistant coach Basant Shai, the former national player for Nepal.
What a comeback. I thought it might be closer fought and more dramatic, but from 22 for 3 to win a game by 177 runs on a pretty good batting surface. Can't think of too many more stark turnarounds in the history of ODI cricket. They have routed UAE. And if they can get past PNG tomorrow, all they'll need to do is beat this Emirati side, so shy and shorn of confidence, once more on Thursday. And they will be off to Zimbabwe in June, and they'll go there with real purpose, with real passion, with real potential. Who's to say that they can't go there and beat the likes of a Sri Lanka or a West Indies or an Ireland or a Zimbabwe, the test nations that they'll take on if they do get there. I think there's every chance that this young side, their best days are still ahead of them, and who knows, those best days could be in the summer, in June, in Zimbabwe.
Yeah, if they win tomorrow and Thursday, they'll definitely go to Zimbabwe on a winning note, in a winning momentum. They can be a threat to the 4 test sides that will be there in Zimbabwe. 7 teams has already qualified for the 2023 World Cup, and the 3 from this league too will join the bottom 5 of the Super League, and from the playoffs the top 2 team will join the 8 team, and it'll be the battle of 10 teams in Zimbabwe.
The 10 teams battling out for the final 2 spots, yeah, all on the road to India 2023. This pathway has been exceptional, and it is building up to a grand climax. Namibia are now going to be nervous. They would have been nervous ahead of this, and hugs all around. Lovely to see. The fans loving these scenes as Monty Desai gives his thanks to them.
Yeah, it's all about Monty Desai and the captain Rohit Podal and the whole team, the young team. I think this is the youngest team of Nepal ever.
22 average age today.
The average age is just 22. Only 2 players who are 30 and above. The rest of them, they are under 30, and there is 17-year-old